Thank you so much, everybody.
Good morning, everybody. Bore da bawb. Thank you very much, Emma, for your reflections and your prayers today. And I hope that we'll all take to heart, not just what Emma said, but to keep reflecting on those words and that story as we continue with our business and later travel home. We're now going to resume where we left off on the bill to allow the blessing of same-sex relationships. I am intending to assume that there is nobody else who wishes to speak, and therefore I am going to invite Bishop Gregory to respond to the debate that was held yesterday afternoon. Bishop Gregory.
Gregory Cameron, Bishop of St. Asaph. Despite that excellent Bible study, thank you, Emma, I do want to begin in prayer. Gwethiwn. Father, grant us a clear discernment in the decision we make. Help us to be faithful to the teaching of Jesus, to his love and to his mercy, and by your Holy Spirit to make a right discernment today. Amen. Amen. Now, I'd like to thank everyone for an open and honest debate yesterday. By my reckoning, we had 22 speakers and a goodly range of presentations. And to do justice to all those interventions, I'm just going to speak for the next 45 minutes or so. What I don't want to do in my reply is to start arguing with the views of those who disagree with my position, because I fundamentally want to respect difference. And however, at the same time, I want to persuade governing body not to agree with me necessarily, but to allow that disagreement on this issue and giving permission to allow those who wish it to celebrate the deep commitment of same-sex couples by inviting God's presence and blessing into their lives is not an act of waywardness, but arises from deeply held convictions on the right interpretation of Scripture and of fidelity to Christ's teaching, and that this can and should be contained within the one fellowship of Christ's body. Now, first on Scripture. I'm very grateful to Matthew Hill's contribution, who tried to draw us beyond an exercise in rehearsal, as he called it, where we each quote the bits of Scripture that favour our position without really listening to one another. What Bishop Mary less flatteringly named to me last night as a game of biblical ping-pong. But the truth is that the plain reading of Scripture does change. At one point, I wondered about starting this right of reply with my own Bible study of 1 Corinthians 7, verses 1 to 10. Not at all because it's a knockout text for my position, but because it illustrates the way in which Scripture has to be read contextually and how our interpretation of Scripture changes over time. At one time, this passage could be used to deny even considering the possibility that an abusive husband could rape his wife, and as issuing a direct command from the Lord that a woman was not permitted to leave a marriage, however abusive it became. Read the words, read the plain reading. And nor is this theory based upon this passage, the law of England and Wales from the medieval period on marital rape ignored the possibility, denied the possibility. And the law did not change until 1991. This passage tells us that celibacy, not marriage, is the highest call for every Christian, and marriage is only a poor second and a concession to lust. But as Christians have reflected on these passages, using new insights into Scripture as a whole, responding to experience and movements in society, today we read it as expressing the equality of marriage partners, of the positive blessings of marriage, and the possibility of needful divorce. We have changed the plain reading of Scripture. And may I digress here to comment on the irony that at a time when many heterosexual couples are turning against the concept of stability and marriage at all, the church appears to be denying that concept to the couples who are coming to them exactly because they want a committed covenant relationship. It's the way in which they wish to seek for God's blessing on their lives, as Leonie reminded us in our debate. And I'm afraid we tend to have a rather unhealthy focus on the physical acts of sex, forgetting that so many lifelong partnerships are more about cocoa than cuddling, as Hannah hinted, more about loyalty than lasciviousness, about self-emptying rather than selfishness, of perseverance over porneia. Now, I appreciate that for Laura and Trudy, the Scriptures are quite plain, but I also respect those like Jason and Geraint who read Scripture differently. I admire Seth and Isaac for their courage in sharing the difficult story of how they came to terms with their sexual identity. But at the same time, I want to show mercy to those whose resolve is less unfaltering. What do Paul's words in "it is better to marry than to burn" in 1 Corinthians chapter 7 mean for those who feel no hint of heterosexual attraction at all? I share Archdeacon Andy's pain when anyone, any child of God, feels alienated from our church because of the actions that we take. But then again, that would draw us into a dangerous game of whose pain is greater in this debate. Those who are put off by this novel inclusivity, or those who have suffered shame, humiliation, and persecution for generations because they could not be honest about their sexuality. And honesty in this matter is surely a gift of the Holy Spirit. Now, as to the Anglican Communion, I spent 7 years of my life and ministry working for its unity on this very issue. But when I was called to be a bishop, I knew that I had a flock of real, living Christian disciples to care for. And that required me to inhabit the mercy of Jesus Christ, who does not break the bruised reed or quench the flickering candle. And I'm sorry, but I cannot put unity first when there is real damage occurring to LGBT people in my charge and to their faith. And I really do believe Melanie's words when she says that she wants to show nothing but kindness and love. But I have to say to her, in all honesty, that that is simply not the experience of so many LGBT folk, even if the intention is otherwise. Now, I understand myself to be a Bible-believing Christian. I believe that the Scriptures reveal God's will to us and are the rule and ultimate standard of our faith. But to me, the Bible is the ultimate book of life. Life so full that is eternal, so free that it touches us even before our repentance and faith. Herein is love, not that we loved God, but that he loved us, sending his Son as an atoning sacrifice for our sins, 1 John chapter 4. A living encounter with Jesus, as Emma reminded us. And I agree with Richard that experience is not our highest authority. But when I see the Scriptures impact so as to bind people in chains, crushing people with unbearable religious demands, and not lifting a finger to ease the burden, as Jesus says in Matthew 23, I have to ask, are we interpreting the Word of God, the truth that sets us free, correctly? Jesus taught us that by their fruits we shall know a thing. And where a reading of Scripture brings hurt and harm and the twisting of souls, I have to ask whether there is a different reading, one which liberates LGBT folk into hope and wholeness and lively faith. And that testimony is around us in this very room today, from our highest to our most humble. I want to end with another story from the listening exercise, and hopefully I won't get so emotional about this one. A young man in our listening exercise in St. Asaph told us about the journey of faith for him and his partner. I'll call them Adam and Barbara. When I started going out with Barbara, he said, she didn't have any faith, but she was patient with me. And the church was so welcoming that by the time we decided to celebrate our commitment in marriage, Barbara had found faith, and the whole church celebrated with us. How different would it have been, he said, if we had been Adam and Barry? Look, no one is forced to participate in this rite of blessing. And we decided years ago that it was pastorally unsustainable not to make provision. real conscience clauses have been asked for and have been received. Archdeacon Andy yesterday asked where the barriers were. The creeds, the articles, or Richard, the Book of Common Prayer. Jesus scandalized the Pharisees because he crossed every single boundary they had drawn. But he dug watering holes, places where rivers of living waters could spring up into the heart, John 7:38. And he drew people to the source, as Emma taught us this morning, uniting them at the foot of the cross. My question is simply this: can we please continue to offer hope to our LGBT sisters and brothers? And I beg to move that the bill be passed.
We now come to the vote, and the vote is going to be taken by orders. A 2/3 majority of each order present and voting is required for the bill to pass. And before we move to the voting, I'm going to invite our assessor, Matthew Chinnery, to explain the implications of voting, of abstaining from a vote, just so that we are absolutely clear what we will be doing if we choose to abstain.
Thank you, Chair. Matthew Chinnery, Assessor. A 2/3 majority in each of the three orders of those persons present and voting is required for this bill to be passed. I think this is probably easiest explained with an example. If 20 people vote in favour, 10 people vote against, and 50 people abstain, that is a 2/3 majority of people present and voting. You have had 20 in favour, 10 against. That is 30 people voting, of which 20 were in favour. You can have 10, 50, 50,000 abstentions. 20 for, 10 against remains a 2/3 majority. An abstention is not a vote for the purposes of calculating the 2/3 majority.
So I now call each order to vote, starting with the laity. With those who are members of the Order of Laity who are in favour of this bill, please raise their cards. Thank you very much. Can those members of the Order of Laity who are opposed to this bill please raise their cards? Thank you. If there are any members of the Order of Laity who wish to record an abstention, would you please raise your card? Thank you. We now move to the Order of Clergy. For those members of the Order of Clergy who are in favour of the bill, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. Will those members of the Order of Clergy who wish to vote against this bill, please raise your cards. Thank you. And any members of the Order of Clergy who wish to record an abstention, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. I'm now just going to consult with my colleague bishops before we vote for ourselves. Sorry, I do beg your pardon. I now need to announce the results of those who have already voted. Please bear with me. The results of the vote are as follows. In the Order of Laity, those in favour 48, those against 8, those who recorded an abstention 2. That means it is carried in the Order of Laity. In the Order of the House of Clergy, the Order of Clergy, those in favour 32, those against 7, those recording an abstention 5, which means it has also passed in the Order of Clergy. I don't think we need to consult as bishops, so I'm going to now invite the bishops to vote, and those in favour, please raise your cards. This means that the bill is approved, and I now therefore ask the governing body to stand so that the bill can be promulgated. I hereby promulgate this bill as a canon of the Church in Wales, and it shall henceforth be a law of the Church in Wales and binding on all members thereof. Before we move on to next business, just like to thank members of the governing body for the tone in which the debate was carried, for the graciousness with which people spoke, and to urge us all to continue to pray for one another and work towards creating a church where everybody does indeed feel welcome and nobody feels that they are being marginalised for who they are or what their views on this particular matter are either. We now move on to agenda item 12, and I invite Mrs. Sue Rivers to take the chair for this session.
Bore da. Before I start, can I thank everybody for their concern and care regarding my new fashion accessory, the Louboutin boot. My husband's Easter gift to me was to run over my foot, accidentally. But it's on the mend, so I'm glad to say. So we move on to item 13, which is a private member's motion from Dr. Sue Harrell. Before I invite Dr. Harrell to propose her motion, I wish to inform governing body of my determination that this motion, if passed in its current form, engages paragraph 1 of the governing body's procedural matters, as it commits money not included in the budget over a period of more than 1 year in the administration of the proposed working group and in the defraying of expenses of the members of the group. In accordance with the procedural matters document, which is included in the general documents section of your papers, the motion therefore will not come into effect until approved by the representative body. I am informed by the Secretariat that the representative body meets on the 2nd of July, which would allow the Standing Committee to take forward the motion at its meeting on the 13th of July, if it is approved by the representative body. I now invite Dr. Harrell to propose the motion.
Sue Harrell, Co-opted Clergy, Llandaff. Firstly, I want to say how grateful I am to have this opportunity to present this private member's motion. It's a great feature, I think, of our constitution. And I'd like to thank those who've helped me to develop the motion and the supporting paper, those listed in the paper, and also Matthew and John and Leonie, who should have been listed in the paper, but I missed her off by accident, so thank you. Now, I'm not disabled myself, but I have a young adult daughter who uses a wheelchair and has learning disability. She faces multiple challenges every single day, and she's also dealt with some very big difficulties over the years, which we've experienced alongside her. More than 10 years ago now, I did many hours of voluntary work on school accessibility, first with my local authority and then with 2 of Wales's children's commissioners. The biggest obstacle to progress back then in schools was a lack of shared vision of how things ought to be. And I think that's true of many of our churches now. I should also say that my daughter has been thoroughly welcomed and included in church communities that we've attended over the years. A lot of what we do now is excellent, and we should share and build on that. It's not all about buildings. It makes my heart sing when we arrive at a new church and someone leans forward and engages directly with my daughter, asking her discreetly how they can help, instead of ignoring her and asking me. It's brilliant when we go to a new place and we can check out a website before we arrive to see whether we'll need to bring a portable ramp or if there's an accessible toilet. For someone with a hearing or a sight impairment, it makes all the difference to know that there will be some large print materials available or technology to help with hearing. For a family with an autistic child, is the shape of the service predictable? Will there be somewhere quiet to go if everything becomes overwhelming? We have so many examples of great work to share on and to build on. Lots of projects to improve accessibility have been completed recently or are in progress in various bits of my diocese at the moment. There are some horror stories too, of course. I recently read a social media post by a friend of mine, by somebody I knew who couldn't get into a funeral because there were steps into the church. And I've heard stories of disabled veterans being manhandled into a toilet cubicle because there wasn't an accessible toilet. A venue without an accessible toilet means that my husband has to decide whether to take our adult daughter into the gents or go himself into the ladies to help her. And that isn't treating people with dignity. I had a conversation about this topic with a bishop not so long ago who said, the problem is that the law only requires us to do the bare minimum. Unfortunately, that statement was too optimistic. In fact, the law doesn't help us at all. Although for over 30 years it's been illegal to discriminate against disabled people, in practice, when it comes to old buildings, we're only required to make reasonable adjustments. Lack of funding or objections from the Victorian Society are perfectly reasonable reasons for doing nothing at all. But our churches are not museums. They are places to meet Jesus, places of worship and of welcome. This really isn't about secular law. In fact, equality law is designed to spare individuals the indignity of fighting for their rights. To spare individuals the indignity of fighting for their rights. Their right to travel freely, to use a toilet, to be invited to participate, to work, to contribute. So often over the years, we've found ourselves at the centre of arguments about who is responsible for funding something. This makes us feel as though we're a burden instead of a blessing. As a result of this, my daughter is always apologising for herself, apologising for things that are beyond her control. And again, it's not just about buildings. If we visit a new church, I tend to check the gospel reading in advance. Can I be confident there won't be a sermon with a simplistic message about healing, which makes my daughter cry because it dismisses her ongoing struggles? Will she feel seen? I hope you've had a chance to read the explanatory note. If you vote to support this motion, the Standing Committee will set up a delivery group. The group will be chaired by a disabled person made up of people with lived experience and with expertise from across Wales. Anybody with experience or ideas or enthusiasm would be more than welcome to join us with this work. And the definition of disability is broad. Many of us will have direct experience or experience as carers. The group will be able to share lived experience and ideas. It will be able to develop some resources in partnership with provincial and diocesan staff. I sense there is some anxiety about this work. We all know that we are a very long way from where we ought to be. We have so many old buildings and small congregations. How on earth are we going to afford what's needed to put things right when the roof's leaking and the boiler's on the blink? As we discussed yesterday, we really need to be strategic about the way we spend our money. Perhaps people are a bit nervous about who might want to be involved and whether their expectations are going to be realistic. I must stress this isn't about using all our money on ramps and accessible toilets everywhere. Huge progress can be made by being more confident, by sharing more information, by being intentional about our welcome, and by planning improvements over time. It's also really important not to let the perfect be the enemy of the good. We do need to improve. And some may argue that now's not a good time. We're busy with a lot of very important things and priorities in governing body. We're short of money. But unfortunately, disability welcome is the topic that always gets kicked along the road for these very reasons. Now, if you ask me to say, what's the plan? What will the group prioritise? I can't give you a precise answer today. It will be for the group itself to identify what needs to be done and how. We're far more likely to make progress if we listen to what people with lived experience have to say. There are some ideas in the paper that you have received, and I've got lots of other ideas as well, but it's not for me to decide what we should focus on. Now, I'm offering myself as a free resource to facilitate and coordinate this work. As a civil servant, this is exactly the kind of work I'm used to. The co-authors in the paper all have lived experience and professional expertise to bring as well. I've had many offers of help already from across our diocese, but it would be great to hear from other governing body members who are able and willing to help. It's likely that as well as the core group, we will need to develop advisory group or groups, as well as the main working group. Although we'll try and do most of our work online, we will need some financial support from the regional body to make sure that the process itself is accessible to everybody. On your tables, you'll find the third edition of a short booklet that I made alongside many friends, actually. I've not drafted this by myself. I developed it. I was in training in St Paddens a few years back, and I'd been asked to lead some discussions and training sessions on this topic. It invites reflection and includes practical suggestions and links to further information. I've printed and folded and stapled it myself, so please do me the honour of having a read on your way home on the train. And I can also send a copy electronically. Do get in touch. I hope you'll all agree that this is really important work and that now is as good a time as any to make a start. Please do let me know if you'd like to be involved or if you know someone else who would be able to help. The time commitment can be as much or as little as you are able to give. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sue Harrell. I now open the floor for debate. Could you come forward and... No. And please approach the lecterns and identify yourself with your name and your diocese. And as we have a lot of business to get through today, can we make our contributions concise, please?
There is a seconder. We need
Oh, sorry. I do apologise, there is a seconder. Who is? Sorry.
Emmerdale.
Reverend Emmerdale. Well, yes.
Reverend Emmerdale, St Asaph, elected. I'll speak really quickly. Is that okay? What sort of church are we? And what sort of church do we want to be? These are two of the questions we must ask ourselves always. And I suspect that if we were to ask you to write 3 words which describe the church we want to be, many of us would write down welcoming or one of its synonyms. But what does that mean? Well, it's far more than nice words at the door. For example, If there's no room for a wheelchair user to be accommodated where everyone else is sitting, they will not feel welcome or wanted. And to our shame, 30 years after the introduction of the Disability Discrimination Act, we are still shoving people at the back or wedging them in by the organ because there's a little bit more space, or getting them to block an aisle because it is actually the only place that their chair will fit. And we expect them to be okay with it. And that just covers getting them into place. It doesn't even begin to consider the logistics of them receiving communion, up the steps, to the altar rail, or even refreshments after the service. The truth is, it doesn't matter what our words are or how nice we are. If what we do or where we put people with disabilities makes them feel in the way or othered, they will know that they are not welcome. Yet all of that supposes they can actually gain access inside the building. I recently discovered that the accessible entrance in one of the churches I work in is anything but. And that led to someone in a longer-based motorised wheelchair having to spend the entirety of her granddad's funeral outside in the rain. And so no matter what I said, the message she took away is clear. I don't fit. And they don't want me. And it's not too much of a jump from there to, well, they don't want me because I'm less than they are. Maybe God doesn't want or love me. I'm not welcome. If you arrive on a Sunday morning and you're given a service leaflet that you can't read because you need larger print, and so you spend the entire service unable to join in, do you feel welcomed or excluded? And if you can't hear the service, do you feel welcome or excluded? If. We know that disability is a term that encompasses a wide range of physical, mental, and sensory impairments. It's so much more than sight or hearing loss. It's more than being a wheelchair user. It's more than having a label. Some disabilities are visible and some are invisible, but they are no less real. And within our ageing congregations, there are a myriad of people who are not disabled, but find themselves with limited stamina and mobility due to illness and age. People who would also benefit from the recommendations of the working group. We recognise that the working group is unlikely to resolve all of the issues for all of the disabilities. But what they can do is look at the commonalities, the things that are likely to make a difference in how people experience church and how people experience God. Some of them may mean we have to make changes to our buildings, and some of them may mean that we have to make changes to how we do things. For many years, I worked in education, and a huge part of my role was ensuring equity of opportunity. And we did this by enabling young people with a wide range of disabilities to access education and their exams. Sometimes minor, simple tweaks make the world of difference. What font do you use on your service leaflets? Is it well spaced on the paper? What colour paper do you use? Are there clear instructions which offer an alternative to standing or kneeling, so that if I'm unable to stand or kneel, I know I'm allowed to stay seated? How would I know who to speak to if I want communion, but am unable for any reason to go to the altar? Is it clear that I can receive in one kind if, for any reason, I'm unable to take the wine? In Wales today, around 1/5 of the population has a disability. 1 in 5 of us. 1 in 5 of us who are not less than, but 1 in 5 of us who live with difference. As a church, we've long bandied around the idea that if it's not safe, it's not church, and that is true. But I would add that if it is not accessible, it is also not church. We need to ask ourselves a tough question. What have we collectively done as the church in Wales in the 30 years that have passed since the Disability Discrimination Act? And now, as Sue said, I am sure that if we were to share experiences, there would be numerous tales of radical welcome, but there would also be many, many more where that is not the case, because we have not been equipped to change what needs to change. And so I ask, what have we collectively done as an institution? And what should we be collectively doing to ensure that all of our churches are places of welcome for all, including disabled and neurodivergent people? What have we done to collectively break down and remove the barriers that are preventing 1 in 5 people from being able to participate in and belong to our church? Yesterday, we were reminded that one of the commitments stated in the Dignity Charter is to promote an environment which values all people's differences. And so what have we done collectively to ensure that we allow people to not only access worship, but to do so in a way that gives them autonomy and dignity, so that church is not done to them, but with and for them? I think we need to be honest. We need help, and that's okay. The proposed Disability Welcome Delivery Group is something that can start that process of help. It may feel like Everest, but Everest can always be conquered as long as you keep on keeping on. But you have to make that first step. The Disability Welcome Delivery Group would give agency to those with disabilities so that they can tell us what changes are needed. It can help break down those barriers that prevent 1 in 5 from feeling they belong. And so I ask you, what sort of church are we? And what sort of church do we want to be? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reverend Emma, and please accept my sincere apologies. Now the floor is open to debate. I'll ask Tony first, please.
Tony Mullins, Lay, Llandaff. I was a member of the first cohort in Wales to go through on the social work degree course, and I'm pleased to say at the age of 52, I qualified with a BA honours in social work. My specialism was hospital-based. I did 34 years based in hospital, working with multidisciplinary teams, trying to find out the best way and the safest way to discharge people to home, sadly to residential homes or to a nursing home, depending on the level of their need. I also took part in social work interviews in Uwick in Cardiff. As a panel, there was a social work lecturer, a social worker, moi, and a person with a disability. And it could be a very severe disability or just a visual or hearing disability. But there was always a third member of the panel who was a disabled person. And we would set 2 questions each. And the most searching questions were set by the disabled person because they'd gone through the system of social care. They'd been at the hands of service provision that either been very good or had failed them in certain ways. I thought it was an excellent system, and we put recommendations forward for candidates to go through on the social work programme. And bearing in mind that I'm safeguarding officer in my ministry area, and when you're a social worker, you're going into situations and there are vulnerable people. It could either be childcare, disabled individuals, or elderly disabled or mentally unstable conditions. But they are vulnerable, so we were very mindful of putting, hopefully, the right candidates through. I'm very pleased to actually support this, and I welcome it. And I will be holding my yellow card up as high as I can. And congratulations for bringing it forward. I think the Church in Wales needs to address this, because as a social worker, we didn't always get it right. As an authority, we didn't always get it right. But we tried, and this I'm asking the governing body to do in supporting this motion is to try. Let's improve our facilities for our disabled worshippers. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Nicholas Cook, Lay, Monmouth. I address governing body as the longest serving Chancellor and as the grandfather of an 8-year-old girl with a disability. I strongly support this motion. I must indicate that in my capacity as Chancellor, I will continue to resolve all faculty applications, balancing the contending interests that apply in each one in accordance with my judicial duty. This is a difficult area where much can be achieved, but it will require great skill and engagement because of the requirements of the secular law with respect to listed buildings and so on. That is not defeatism. It is a plea that in attempting to improve things as we must, we do not allow enthusiasm to overshadow engagement and expertise, and that we fully realise there will be funding implications if we are to do what we should. If we are looking after ancient buildings, but also improving conditions for the disabled, it is not going to come on the cheap, but we must accept that. I wasn't going to speak, but I was concerned because a reference to the Victorian Society, and you could have picked the Georgian Group or SPAB, or they've got a new name now, excites a degree of distaste or ridicule. That's wrong. These requirements are not mutually exclusive, but what they do require is genuine understanding and the use of technology, proper design, etc., to meet the challenge. So I repeat, I strongly support this measure, but there is a great deal of detailed work which should be fully funded and that we will need to do, and that oughtn't to be an excuse for delay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Angela Treherne, elected lay Llandaff. Your Grace, bench of bishops, members of the governing body. I've had to write my response because I'm very, very nervous. And when I'm nervous, I waffle. If waffling ever became an Olympic sport, I would win gold every time. So this will cut the waffle if you allow me to read it. I speak as a ministry area warden in support of this motion. It expresses an important and commendable commitment. However, I would like to highlight a significant practical challenge to its implementation, and that's funding. We are currently navigating a complex and sensitive situation. With his consent, I share that our vicar has been living with visual impairment since 2024 and is continuing to lose his sight. In response, An occupational health assessment has been undertaken alongside a professional risk assessment conducted by an architect. These assessments have been identified and a number of essential physical adaptations to ensure safety and accessibility. These include the installation of handrails, improving the visibility of steps, enhanced lighting along the paths between the vicarage and the church, resurfacing those paths to reduce the risk of trips and falls, and improvements to lighting within the church itself. Faculty permission for these works has been granted. However, despite this progress, the adaptations have not yet been implemented as funding has not been secured. There have been understandable questions raised regarding how such work should be classified, including whether certain elements might be considered general maintenance rather than adaptations arising from an individual's specific needs. It has also been indicated that there is currently no clear budget provision for work of this scale, which is estimated to exceed £80,000, and that resourcing such work may have wider implications. We also understand that due to the vicar's status as an office holder, the church's formal responsibilities differ from those in a conventional employment context. As a result, he has sought support through the Department of Work and Pensions Access to Work scheme. Some assistance has been received, including contributions towards adaptive technology and the provision of a guide dog, for which we are very grateful. Alongside this, the ministry area has made considerable efforts to identify external funding sources. While we have explored a wide range of grant-giving bodies, opportunities for funding adaptations of this nature are limited and often require match funding that is beyond our current means. The impact of these circumstances has been significant, both practically and personally. It is a challenging situation for all involved, and we remain committed as a ministry area to offering support and care in every way we can. This motion speaks to the Church's aspiration to be welcoming and inclusive, and to remove barriers to full participation. In that spirit, it may be helpful to reflect on how we can collectively ensure that the structures and resources needed to realise these aspirations are in place. I support the motion and respectfully ask how we might continue to develop sustainable ways to support its intentions in practice. Thank you.
Kevin Ellis, cleric, Escobath Bangor. Chair, I'm delighted to stand and support this motion because firstly it is just, secondly it's the right thing to do, and thirdly it resonates with the gospel. Put simply, we worship a God who is risen and ascended, and in the heart of heaven, according to the book of Revelation, is still vulnerable, and in some other source places has been described as the disabled God. It is the right thing to do. I urge us all to support this motion.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Helen Hayes, Lay, St Asaph. I very much support this motion, but I want to add a plea. We are all members of the body of Christ, and all members both minister to as well as ministered to. So please, can we consider with this how we enable the ministry of disabled people? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Reverend Matt Davis, Monmouth Cleric elected. I think I'm the first person to say this. I actually have disabilities. You can ask me about them later. They're all hidden mostly, apart from if you see my handwriting. I think this is an incredibly important thing to have, especially for someone like me who is sometimes vastly misunderstood, or we're trying to explain myself, get looked at like I've got 3 heads or I shouldn't be doing the job I'm doing. It's important work. We've heard about finances, which is incredibly important, but what I think is almost more important than that is where this sits. We have many working groups in the Church in Wales, and they do a fantastic job. And as much as I commend the effort that has gone into this, they can sometimes go feral or die when those people move on for whatever reasons. I think this is something which almost should be a standing item on a bigger committee than just a subgroup. I would encourage, ask, request that it has correct oversight. It sits somewhere where it is listened to and it is championed by someone more than just those within the group, and it is also pushed as a firm agenda. I would hate us to get to 2027, have a report, everyone goes, that's lovely, and we move on to other business. I think that would be a shame, and that would be a dereliction of what we are trying to set up here. Thank you. I am in support of the bill as well.
Paul McNess, nominated Archdeacon St David's Diocese. Chair, Your Grace, members of governing body. I have mild dyscalculia, which means that I'm not that great with verbal processing of numbers. If they're in front of me written, I'm fine. But somebody gives me a phone number, I will sometimes reverse digits on it. I also became more aware when I had to have varifocals of steps. More than I was previously. I also became more aware of lighting levels and also of where I have to put texts on lecterns or altars so that I can actually see them. This bill has made me reflect upon how disabilities affect me personally, but also about how it's affected my ministry in general going through time. I have a Down syndrome's goddaughter. I've had congregations that have contained both Down syndrome people and autistic people, all of which were an integral part of the community, the church community of which I was leading. For 7 years, I chaired Dyslexia Cymru. I had cousins who had muscular dystrophy and had to operate through use of a wheelchair, and I had a cousin who was deaf-blind. My late grandfather not only had dementia, but also macular degeneration, so that was always a complication as well in when he came to church. If all of us think of how disabilities have reflected upon have impacted upon our own lives, I'm sure that this bill is a bit of a no-brainer. This motion is a no-brainer. I really welcome that this has been brought because it's made me reflect very strongly about how disabilities have impacted in my own ministry and my own life. And I think that if all of us do that, we will then have a better attitude in dealing with those who currently perhaps feel excluded from our churches. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'll be sharing in Welsh. Cynanllwyd, ysgrifennydd cyffredinol cytun eglwysi ynghyd yng Nghymru. Dwi'n westai ac yn ffrind i chi gyd, gobeithio. Just wneud y pwynt, dwi'n gweld Cassie Jones a Owain o'r bydyddwyr, annibynwyr. Mae Martin yma o'r URC, mae Jenny yma o'r Methodistiaid. Dwi'n gweld bod hwn yn rhywbeth mae'r holl eglwysi a holl enwadau yn mynd i'r afael ohono. Felly gai jyst annog yr eglwys yng Nghymru pan mae'r grŵp yma yn cyfarfod ac yn gweithio ar rhywbeth sy'n mor bwysig i ni gyd, achos ni moyn i bawb dod i adnabod Iesu a ddoli gyda teulu Duw yn ydyn, i'r eglwysi a'r enwadau gydweithio, dysgu o'i gilydd, menthyg arbenigedd o'i gilydd, a gweld sut allan ni mynd i'r afael a hwn gyda'n gilydd. Felly gai annog chi i wneud hynny. Yr ail beth os gai annog yr eglwysi a'r eglwys yng Nghymru yn benodol fan hyn wrth gwrs, i ofyn y cwestiwn sut mae eich strategaeth digidol chi yn cynnwys pobl anabledd? Neu, cwestiwn arall, sut gall eich strategaeth digidol chi cael ei ehangu mwyn gwneud yn siŵr bod pobl ac anabledd yn cael eu cynnwys ym mywyd yr eglwys yn y personol, ond hefyd wrth gwrs ar y platfformau digidol. Diolch.
Diolch, Canan. Please.
Leonie Oxenham, lay-elected Monmouth Diocese. I've worked with Sue and the group on this paper, and I worked with Sue before, back when I was working for the Children's Commissioner for Wales. And my work with Sue then resulted in 2 reports that went through the Children's Commissioner's office and made really clear impact on Welsh Government's policies, how they worked, and how they worked to include lived experiences and voices of children who had disabilities. So the first thing I wanted to point out is just how important lived experience is in putting together this working group and this work as a whole, if it were to be supported. And just to point out and to reiterate what Sue has said, that lived experience does not necessarily mean having direct disabilities oneself. I'm grateful to those in the room who have chosen to share their disabilities and some of the things that they need to work around. I too am someone that has a number of disabilities that are hidden. And I am sure that there are a higher number of people within this room who not only have hidden disabilities, but have lived experience, whether direct or indirect, of disabilities and the need for adjustments that would be really, really helpful in this work. We have expertise within this room that we could make great use of. The second thing that I wanted to point out, really obvious, but just to be really clear, quite often when we talk about disabilities and disability access for individuals with disabilities, we go initially to thinking of wheelchair access, to making really large-scale changes to buildings that are often listed that would be really expensive, really unwieldy. And I just wanted to bring us back to remember that in the whole host and range of disabilities that we are talking about here, while that is one thing that can involve significant expense, there are also an awful lot of things that we can do that are much smaller things that can affect really large-scale change and aren't necessarily costly. They might just be down to the language that we use when we invite people to stand if they are able to, for example. It might be about thinking about the sorts of information that we're putting out there and the styles and ways in which we do that. So there are a lot of differences that we can make with small-scale investment in that sense, and those with lived experience are by far the ones with best expertise to guide us in relation to that. And then thirdly, just to pick up on what some people have said for the need for this work to be cited well with oversight and for strategic thinking around that. I think that's absolutely the right way to go. Certainly those who have been involved in putting the paper together are very clear on the need for that strategic direction, and also for some key sort of recommendations and measurables so that by the time we got to 2027, there would be ways in which we could determine where we are and how we move forward. And there would be a number of areas in which we wouldn't be able to move forward by that point. And that's okay. It was mentioned that we're not looking for perfection here, but what this would enable us to do with the free resource and the expertise that is being offered and minimal input really to the expenses that would be needed to run fewer face-to-face gatherings where that is needed, is that it will put us in a better position as the Church in Wales to know where we stand currently, what we do need to do, and what we might need to prioritise in the future. Those things are key issues that we need to consider before we get anywhere near knowing how we set aside and how we look at the budgets that might be needed for some of the larger scale work. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Thank you. Richard Wood, elected cleric, Bangor. Really welcome this. It's probably overdue. In fact, it's definitely overdue. Just a bit of a plea. The motion mentions the welcome to and engagement of disabled people in the life of the Church in Wales. A lot of what we've heard has been about accessing gathered worship in our buildings. And obviously that's there because it's a particularly tricky thing, perhaps, in places. might require a lot of help, and I welcome the help that's going to be offered in that. But the life of the Church in Wales extends beyond that. So I've asked that this group would make sure it considers things like home groups or online worship or involvement in the governance of our ministry areas, our diocese, our province. The life of the Church in Wales extends beyond attendance at worship in buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next contributor.
Hannah Rowan, lay co-opted member. Thank you very much to Sue and the group for all their work on this. I hope it's easy for us all to agree with this paper in principle. I think it is. The question for me is always how we make sure that when we send people off to do what will be a really large amount of work, how do we make sure that it's actionable? And how do we as a group understand that if we vote in favour of this, which I profoundly hope we do, we're also committing to taking seriously the recommendations made and acting upon them in a proportionate way. As others have said, we have a finite amount of money. We have to make careful choices. That's good stewardship. But that actually, if we say yes to this, we don't just go away thinking, we want to welcome disabled people, well done us, but that we actually think, what are we now going to do? And thank you very much to Sue for the booklets that we can each take away to look at some really immediate ways in which we can put that into practice. Two quick things. One is just an ask that we look, as well as the geographical and balance issues of the group, that we ensure that we have a mix of disabilities represented. I think what's come across from this conversation very clearly is that disabled folks are not a homogenous group, so let's just make sure we've got the voices that we need there. And also, to come on the back of Matt's point around thinking about where this fits in structurally, can we have a look at how standing committee can also drive this forward? It's always important that lived experience and the voice of those at the heart of a conversation are leading that in terms of advising, but it's a shame if we let those affected do all the work. It would be great if we could take ownership of this jointly, so it would be wonderful if standing committee could consider where that sits for ongoing conversations. And that might include, things that we can look at provincially so that we do something once well, which is also resourceful. And finally, to Sue's daughter, who I have the pleasure of knowing well, this is someone who has been both a blessing and a minister to me in my faith. And so a thank you to all those whose ministry and blessing often goes unthanked. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Robert Charlton, lay elected Swansea and Brecon. I'd also like to start by thanking Sue and Emma and team for bringing this motion. It is much overdue, and I certainly will be supporting it and welcome it. And I also thank all the people who have come forward already today and disclose their own disabilities. 1 in 5, that's a heavy number for Wales. My wife is disabled. She is profoundly deaf. She has a cochlear implant and also has a registered hearing dog for deaf people. And the quality of her worship depends entirely on whether or not there's a loop system or a lack of loop system. But she does hasten to add at all times that the loop system at Brecon Cathedral is the best she's ever come across and is really very helpful to her. I see a lot of challenges ahead with this motion. Each cathedral, church, congregation, small, large, has its own tone, its own peculiarities. So there is a great deal of work going forward, let alone the financial implications as well that we've heard about. But it is much overdue. I certainly will be supporting it. I welcome it. And in fact, I'd be hopeful, can we not get an interim report by the spring of next year? Is that too much to ask for? Let's get this moving. We know what we're aiming for. Let's go forward today and bring this forward as soon as we can. And I'd like a report back personally next spring if that was possible. Thank you very much.
Heather.
Thank you, Diolch. Heather Payne, lay elected Llandaff. Simon, son of John, do you love me? And look, another example to show our love. I hope it goes without saying, I'm going to be voting in favour of this. partly because of my darling granddaughter Bella, who has Angelman syndrome, a profound disability, and it reminds me that angels are God's messengers. I will associate myself with all the comments about the ministry that we receive from everybody when we see them as an individual. This is so overdue. I just have a couple of things to say practically. We are looking at voice, choice, and agency for all of us. And this is where we can address the demands of disability. And look, 1 in 4, 1 in 5, none of us has not got experience of disability from either individually or our families and friends. We have, I also am a great fan of Luke chapter 5, starting at verse 17, which is entitled, Jesus heals a man let down through the roof of a house. And, everybody involved in that is important. We've got an online faculty system. We have potential to add prompts into that to say, as well as thinking of ECO and all the other Vic SOC and Georgian SOC, what are we including in a statement of needs about inclusion and disability access? And we don't have to wait for this to go through. Yesterday, in my in Rothen Contay's ministry area, there was a meeting of a disability group in order to actually use the Roof Breakers audit. The Roof Breakers is a group which actually provides availability of a free audit tool that covers all disabilities and helps us understand how we can take individual steps to improve things. The other thing is that I'm speaking on behalf of somebody. I don't want to speak on behalf of somebody else. I want them to speak for themselves. But a colleague from our diocese who has not felt able to come today because of the mobility restrictions that they have, and has asked, well, would it be possible for this body to actually use, as we did during COVID, a hybrid model so that they could speak for themselves? Thank you.
Thank you. And next.
Bob Evans, elected lay, Monmouth. Some of you know I have this passion for church buildings, and I've pontificated to you over many years about church buildings. I'm just finishing work on providing full disabled access to a church hall, which is halfway up a hill. It's hundreds of thousands of pounds. It's due to be blessed by the Archbishop this weekend. We thought we were doing very nicely. I got into the disabled loos, and we'd actually moved the mirrors, and we moved them down the wall so somebody who's in a wheelchair could actually look into them. And we were really proud of ourselves on this. And then I discovered that there's a lip on the front door, which, if you've gone all the way up the ramp, is the final straw. And I've got 2 points to make. The first is, we're right to be worried about the buildings, but they are a distraction, and if we're not careful, an excuse. There is always an issue there. What this is about is mindset. Yeah? If you have a will to make it work, then we can do it. And that, I think, is an important principle. The second, and I really welcome this group, and I think it's going to make a huge difference, is this point about lived experience. We can be as clever as we like, but if you haven't talked to somebody who's got a problem, you're not going to move that mirror down the wall. And so I think this is a really important and valuable step, and I really support it and hope you will vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hannah Wilkinson, lay elected St David's. I really welcome this motion, but I would request that the disability group also includes the church catering. Now, I know a lot of people are very good about gluten-free and things like that, but there are all sorts of other things to consider with regard to the church catering, like all the old people who are diabetic or pre-diabetic, which I've just had a rather unpleasant experience of. And also that after church spaces can be incredibly noisy, and deaf people can't always not hear. It's that they can't distinguish individual sound. And so having somewhere quiet where people can drink their coffee, if they really can't cope with that noise, is also very useful. So if you could please include the church catering, I'm sure an awful lot of people would be really pleased. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Justin.
Vevan Cannon, Justin Davis,
co-opted Swansea and Brecon. Just to say that St Padarn's, our training institute, has a free online course, Resourcing Churches for Disability Inclusion, 28th of April from 6:30 at night to 8:30. A free course exploring how to develop resources for disability inclusion, focusing on mobility, hearing loss and visual impairment, and to be joined by Through the Roof charity, of which we just heard about, whose experience and passion for inclusion will guide through practical and actionable ideas. So our training institute maybe is already providing resources to support the motion, which I very much support. Hope that will be useful.
Thank you very much. Thank you to everybody who's contributed to the debate. I can't see anybody else making their way forward. So I ask Dr. Sue Harrell to respond.
Well, thank you everybody who's spoken. I have to say I feel quite moved and very touched and encouraged by what everybody who's stood up today has said. I agree with everything that's been said in actual fact. I think the point about the structural changes that we need to make is really important and something that I'd already clocked that we need to think about. I share concerns about the scale of the challenge. If we were to make all of the improvements we'd like to make, we just simply can't afford that. But sometimes it's about being more strategic about the facilities that we've got within each ministry area, which are our more accessible venues and which ones should be used for different purposes. Maybe we should be setting some budget aside to deal with the specific needs of our clergy and people as they arise within our diocese. And also, what support can we provide to people who do want to make changes, where they need to fundraise? How can we help people to make those changes across our province? I also wanted to emphasise the importance about this not being welcome to people that we are serving who are disabled, but it's really important that we acknowledge that the ministry of disabled people, it's come up in several comments, that's absolutely a critical point for me as well. Thank you for the comments from Katine. We can definitely share our recommendations and findings. We'd also like to learn from our other churches as well and work together where we can. And I would also second the plea that we don't need to wait to whenever we produce our interim report. There's a lot that we can be doing. It's great that St Padarn's are putting on this training. Through the Roof is an excellent charity. Do get involved. And, making a start. I know many of us already are, but work. The more we're doing now, the more we can share, the more we can build on and develop. So I'm really grateful, and I hope that you will all, I'm pretty sure there won't be many people sticking their hand up against this motion. And I'm very humbled and grateful for this and very keen to get started.
Thank you, Reverend Sue. We now move to a vote, and the decision is by a simple majority of the governing body. So could I ask those in favour to raise their cards? Thank you. Those against? None. Abstentions? None. The vote is passed. The motion is passed. Right, we now move to morning break. It's 10, well, to be back by 10 past 11?
I'd say quarter past
11. Now, I'm going to initiate change. I love to see change. My observation of coffee and tea breaks yesterday was that everybody queued on the one side. I can tell you, you are able to queue both sides. There are biscuits at the end of both ends of the table. So please, when you go for coffee, I would also like to take this opportunity Mrs. Kathleen Snow has to leave us at lunchtime. She has to return to London, so she's going from Llandudno Junction to London Euston. Thank goodness there's a through train. As she is flying back to Canada tomorrow, so she needs to get to Heathrow. So if you haven't met her and would like the opportunity to meet her, she will be at the Mothers Union stall. And she wishes to express her grateful thanks for the Archbishop in nominating Mothers Union as the charity for this governing body and the collections that have been made, and so generosity. There are a number of people who are wishing to be enrolled as Mothers Union members. They know who they are, but if you wish to be a Mothers Union member, please make your way to the Mothers Union store. Thank you very much.
Can I just interject?
And, sorry.
Card machines are just...
And card machines are available if you haven't had cash or you haven't donated already. Please give generously. They're over on the side with John. Thank you very much. So back at 15:15. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming back promptly. I'm still recovering from the sight of butter on a Welsh cake. But I am informed it's a North Walian tradition by the Dean of St Asaph.
Controversial.
Very controversial. The President wishes to insert a brief announcement by the Venerable Monas Farah. If it's brief, this will be a first for the governing body.
Monas Farah, St David's Diocese, this announcement is about an event in Llandrindod Wells on Saturday, this coming Saturday, 25th. I'm a trustee of Resourcing Renewal, which used to be the Anglican Renewal Ministry. We've got an event from 10 till 4 in Holy Trinity Church in Llandrindod. It's called All Who Are Thirsty. There is a cost for the day of £20, but it's open for all leaders of any sort of leadership within the church. My colleague Matthew Hill and myself, we always talk about church growth and renewal, and we both speak about, for that to happen, we need to renew it from all the elements of the church. So the Anglo-Catholic and Evangelical Charismatic, and to be open, to be renewed from both sides. So this is an invitation for everyone to come. If you go to Resourcing Renewal website, you will be able to find it, to find the notice there. It is also on the on my Facebook page and in the Diocese of St David's Facebook page. 25th of April, 10 till 4 at Llandrindod Wells, Holy Trinity Church. Thank you.
Thank you. That was 1 minute 30 seconds. We move now to our sixth session and agenda item 14, which is Hawl I Holly question time. There are 5 questions that have been submitted. I would like to remind you of the procedure for question time is set out in the procedural matters section of the agenda, and the document will be found within your general documents in the meeting papers on the website or towards the end of the printed agenda. We will not be reading out the questions, and the current practice is that the questioner may make a brief comment after hearing the answer delivered or ask one supplementary question only. The first question comes from Carrie White and will be answered by Tim Llewellyn of the representative body.
Good morning, Tim Llewellyn, lay elected St David's. Thank you very much for your question, Carrie. Proceedings in the governing body are live streamed via the Church in Wales website, and videos of proceedings are therefore available on YouTube. There's also the long-standing highlights document, which provides an overview of the meeting as a summary of the proceedings, agenda, debates, and decisions. This is published on the website about a fortnight after the meeting concludes. However, we recognise that these mechanisms may not always ensure that those affected by decisions are reached directly, and your idea does point to an opportunity to produce something more deliberately targeted to those affected and give a concise rundown of the decisions made. To address this, a new governing body at a glance document will be produced after this meeting, which will have a similar look and feel to the digestible summaries published following a UK government budget. I'm not sure they are digestible, but hey. This will provide a short overview of key decisions taken and, where relevant, an indication of who will be affected by that decision and how. The summary will be published on the website as soon as possible following this meeting, initially in English, with the Welsh to follow as soon as possible. The intention here is to get the document out as soon as possible after the meeting. It will also be shared with the members of the governing body, diocesan offices, bishops' offices, and diocesan and provincial communications team. The live stream videos will remain available on the YouTube channel, and highlights will continue to be published as usual. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I invite Carrie to respond.
Thank you.
If I may some context, I happened to overhear last autumn 2 clergy discussing how they hadn't known that the term of office of a MAC member had moved from 1 to 3 years. And also, they didn't realise they could take 2 days leave side by side every now and again. And as a frightfully polite English person, I went over and interrupted and said, I'm sorry, I'm on governing body. What do you need to know? What haven't we given you? And I'm really grateful to the admin team. It looks like we've got exactly what those 2 clergy people were looking for. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, bye.
The next question was submitted by the Reverend Sue Hurrell and will be answered by the Bishop of St Asaph.
Gregory Cameron, Bishop of St Asaph, speaking on this occasion as the Deputy Chair of the RBHR Committee. The maternity policy of the Church in Wales Clergy Handbook gives qualifying clergy enhanced maternity pay at full stipend for 18 weeks, with an entitlement to further statutory maternity pay, currently £194.32 a week, for weeks 19 to 39 of any further maternity leave. Any changes to the statement of clergy terms of service, of which maternity pay forms part, would be made at the representative body, but in accordance with the Clergy Terms of Service Canon 2010, could only come into effect once approved here by governing body. These existing provisions go considerably further than the statutory entitlement of 6 weeks full pay, although our questioner is quite correct in stating that a majority of dioceses in the Church of England offer higher levels of enhanced maternity pay. The recommended national baseline is 26 weeks full pay, and some dioceses are now offering 39 weeks full pay. There is also a particular issue where clergy become pregnant shortly after commencing stipendiary ministry in the Church in Wales, either because they're recently ordained or have been serving previously in another province. While the current policy provides pay equivalent to statutory maternity pay, regardless of length of service, even where that statutory maternity pay is not reclaimable from the government, enhanced maternity pay at full stipend is only paid when a cleric has been serving in stipendiary ministry for 12 months prior to becoming pregnant. The way our polity works, it would be legally possible for any individual diocese to decide to enhance maternity pay for its clerics for itself. But I recognise that it would be far more preferable to adopt a uniform approach across the province. The HR Committee stand ready to explore possibilities for enhancing our provision to support clergy and their families, and additional costs in any changes in maternity leave would be borne by the diocese. So the HR Committee would need to consult with them before proposing any particular changes. Areas that could be explored are an enhancement of the number of weeks paid at full or part stipend, extending the totality of entitlement to all clergy regardless of length of service, and whether shared parental leave should be paid at the enhanced rate. Consideration would also need to be given as to whether any enhancements to clergy entitlements in this area should also be reflected in amendments to the RB's policies for its own employees. But the good news is the HR Committee, the Chair assures me, is prepared to have that initial discussion.
Thank you. Reverend Sue Hurrell has the opportunity to respond.
That's great news, and thank you very much for what you've just said. And I should mention that several people have raised this question with me and asked me to raise it at a governing body. As it happens, I've just signed up to the Mothers' Union, so that feels like a nice connection with this particular point. I'm not going to ask people to put their hands up, but I bet a lot of us in this room have parents or have had parents that were in ministry. It's not easy being a minister's child. It can be all-encompassing, and it places heavy expectations on families. And of course, early days with a new baby are precious, they're exhausting, and it's important, I think, that we give as much support as we possibly can to clergy who become parents. We want to encourage young people into full-time ministry for all sorts of great reasons. This should be true also of adoptive families. So I'm glad that there is going to be some consideration of this. I did a bit of fag packet research, found that 18 dioceses in England, half of them, publicly commit to maternity pay for at least 39 weeks at full stipend, and some more, some for the full year. Another 10 pay 26 weeks at full pay, and then 13 statutory pay, and the others didn't have any information on their websites about it or were updating their documents. I think the other point to make is this is a temporary additional money for individuals. It's not a permanent extra pay, and it also affects relatively small numbers of people. So I really hope we can be a bit more generous in Wales. Thank you.
Okay, diolch yn fawr. The third question comes from the Reverend Dr. Kevin Ellis and will be answered by James Rodaway, who's a non-member. Welcome, James.
James Rodaway, Director of IT and Programmes, Representative Body. Thank you, Reverend Dr. Ellis, for raising these important points regarding the membership app and its use within the Diocese of Bangor and beyond. We fully recognise the significance of enabling respondents to complete attendance returns in their preferred language, whether that be English or Welsh. We are working to ensure the app supports both languages seamlessly, providing Welsh speakers with the same ease of use and sense of belonging as their English-speaking counterparts. A Welsh version of the membership app has already been developed and is currently undergoing thorough checks to ensure the accuracy and quality of the Welsh translation. This will further facilitate Welsh-speaking congregations in Bangor and beyond to engage fully in church life using their preferred language. We expect the rollout in this bilingual functionality in the immediate future, and we will keep all dioceses informed of progress and timelines. Regarding the Welsh tick box, you are correct. This can be selected for Welsh medium services, i.e. services conducted wholly or partly in Welsh. We appreciate that bilingual worship is the cherished norm in many congregations, and we've already added the ability to record bilingual services in addition to English and Welsh, so that the richness of worship traditions is accurately represented. We will be working across all dioceses to gather further feedback from clergy and congregations to help us refine these features and to best serve our church community. Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Kevin has a right to respond if he wishes. You do not wish to, thank you. The fourth question was submitted by Dr. Heather Payne and will be answered by the Archbishop.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome the opportunity to raise the profile of the Anglican Communion Science Commission following this question from Dr. Heather Payne. By way of background, the Lambeth Conference in August 2022 made a commitment to respond to the call to integrate the knowledge of science with our faith and lives. The calls, networks, and commissions of the worldwide Anglican Communion are ways of the provinces responding together. The Church in Wales is in good company in this work in faith and science. An alliance of 40 global faith leaders issued the following powerful call in October 2021. I quote, "Faith and science are essential pillars of human civilization, with shared principles and complementarities. We must address the challenges we face in daily life using the God-given knowledge of science and the wisdom of religion to know more and to care more." The Anglican Communion has established the Science Commission with a brief to draw on science as fuel for faith and worship, to promote science as a way of studying God's world and answering the basic mandate to build relationship with God's creation, to be knowledgeable about the breadth of science to address issues which Christians care about, and about technologies which need the voice of the gospel. Heather is one of the Anglican Communion Science Commissioners and has worked with bishops in Kenya and Jamaica to seek ways of translating our faith and science energy in Wales, such as our commitment to eco-church and cleaner rivers, into actions, prayer and learning with our sisters and brothers across the worldwide Anglican Communion. The Science Commission is inviting all provinces to identify a young person, in this case under 35, to be involved in the Fellowship of Young Anglican Science Enthusiasts, run by the Anglican Youth Network, who have started a series of international webinars open to all. We would like to build on this in Wales by supporting a science and faith provincial group who will meet virtually for seminars and aim to develop a focus of enthusiasm and expertise for all age groups in each diocese, starting this summer with webinars coordinated from the provincial office. At the end of this coming June, Bishop Mary and Heather will be attending the triennial meeting of the Anglican Consultative Council in Belfast as the Church in Wales clerical and lay representatives to the Anglican Communion. This wonderful opportunity to meet face-to-face with our sisters and brothers from the other 41 Anglican provinces worldwide will also allow us to discuss the challenges that we and they face. At the heart of our understanding of communion across our Anglican provinces must be a sense of sharing of God's goodness and achieving a fairer world through living out our Anglican marks of mission. If any member of the governing body wishes to get involved with or to know more about the valuable work of the Anglican Communion Science Commission, may I suggest you speak with Heather during the governing body meeting, and I know she will be delighted to tell you how you can be involved.
Thank you, Your Grace. Heather, would you wish to make a reply?
Thank you, Diolch o galon, Archbishop Cherry. Thank you so much for that response. Many of you here are scientists. Lots of health professionals, people with science qualifications. You know who you are. A lot of you think you're not scientists, but actually, if you have the ability to ask a question and know whether or not the answer is a good one and how it should be answered, then you also are a scientist. So the Science Commission is not just for people who know a lot about molecules. It is for all of us because it helps us answer questions. And some of the things which have been a priority for the people that we've consulted with, as well as the Eco-Church and the impact on our sisters and brothers around the communion, which we will hear hear from when we go to Belfast in June, July. Their existential presence is threatened by rising sea levels, for instance, and what can we do about that? But also understanding ways of knowing, and that's not just about counting things, quantitative methods, it's about qualitative methods, hearing people's narratives, understanding themes, all of which we are doing in this governing body and in our daily life in our pews. So that's by way of the commercial. I apologise that I'm not going to be able to stay for very long because I have a family health issue that I need to go home to deal with. But you know where I am, you've got my email address, and please be involved, please ask questions. What I will commit to is making sure that a brief on this will go out from the provincial office so that you as governing body members have information that you can share with others. And just to say that the next issue will be a meeting in May of the young science enthusiasts from around the world, which I'll be talking around ways of knowing and how we use different sources of knowledge as a fundamental to understanding things like artificial intelligence and the other things that we would do. So please be involved. Please keep me and my family in your prayers, and please keep the work of the Science Commission in your prayers. Thank you. Diolch o galon.
Thank you, Heather, and we will keep you in our prayers. The final question was submitted by Chris Dearden, and the Bishop of St Asaph will provide the response.
I think I'll come and stand at this lectern for a change. I'll stick my neck out and say the short answer is yes, Chris. However, the weekly celebration of the resurrection of our Lord on the first day of the week has anciently been seen as taking precedence over any commemoration of the saints, even one as illustrious as our patron saint. In all such cases, it is normal for the Saint's Day to be celebrated on the next available day. St. David's Day in the Welsh calendar is a Class 2 Saint's Day, which means that it ought always to be celebrated every year. With the decline of weekday Eucharistic celebrations of St. David's Day, however, it has become quite common practice for churches in the province to decide informally to transfer any major Saint's Day to the Sunday. And I suspect that is already happening in some of our churches with respect to David. As Chris has stated, however, a double commemoration on a Sunday has precedent. And he is quite right in saying that Dewi Ddyfrwr, David the water drinker, was famed for his asceticism. And in fact, the readings already set for St. David's Day have a significant Lenten quality. It may be argued that adding an element of commemoration of David into the Sunday ahead of the 1st of March is a minor liturgical variation of the kind already permitted. However, it seems sensible to ask SLAC to take a look at the question, to consult and to advise the bench. Only recently, the bench approved a variation whereby when there's a clash between St. David's Day and Ash Wednesday, we would transfer St. David's Day to the Tuesday rather than the Thursday with its more Lenten overtones. This was a change that was undertaken in conjunction with the Roman Catholic Church, and therefore an ecumenical and national action, which creates a good precedent for looking at these current matters. I'm sure that the bench will keep the questioner and governing body informed. Thank you very much.
Diolch yn fawr. Chris, would you like to reply?
Chris Dearden, elected member of the Order of Laity, Bangor Diocese. Bishop Gregory, I think, just gave me a one-word answer, perhaps. So here's a one-word response. Diolch.
Thank you to all who submitted questions and to all who provided the response and answers. We now move to item 15, diweddariad ar zero net zero update. There's a report in your papers. The Reverend Canon Justin Davis, Chair of the Environment Hub, will introduce the update. A short film will be shown by the communications team, and the Reverend Canon Mark Clavier will speak on the theological background. Mr. Alex Glanville and Mrs. Julia Edwards, both non-members, will also take part in the presentation. There will be an opportunity for members to ask questions and comment at the end of the presentation. Canon Justin.
Archbishop, Chairman, Reverend Canon Justin Davis, Co-opted Cleric, Swansea and Brecon. Thank you, Chairman, for your introduction there. Governing body. In 2021, a motion was brought to this body by the then Bishop of St David's, which sought to declare a climate emergency and commit the Church to a journey towards a net carbon position. That motion was carried overwhelmingly and acknowledged that an urgent and rapid response to global warming was necessary, and requested that the representative body prepared an action plan on how a net carbon position could be achieved by 2030, or as soon as practically possible thereafter. As you've heard, I chair what we know as the Climate Change Hub, the group that meets regularly to share good practice and promote activities right across the province that seek to meet the aspirations of that 2021 motion. And I'm very pleased to be able to present this update to you today, update you on that journey that's being undertaken and demonstrate the wide range of work that is going on right across the province. Earlier this year, we held two conferences, one up in St Asaph at the Cathedral and then one down in Llandaff. I was unable to go to St Asaph due to illness. But at the Llandaff conference, Reverend Canon Mark Clavier, Canon Theologian at that time, Diocese of Swansea and Brecon, now on a journey towards being both vulnerable and venerable, did a presentation on the theological background of the work, which went down really well and was one of probably the most commented on sections of our day's work. So I'm delighted to be able to ask Mark to come forward now and just give us briefly an overview of the very basic theological elements of why we are doing what we are doing and where that original 2021 motion came from. Mark will be followed by Julia and Alex. I'm very grateful to the work that Julia and Alex do from the representative body in undertaking the hard tasks of making sure that our net carbon journey is taking place and is on a route to the future. Without them, very little would be achieved, and at times I think they feel that they are just crying a little bit in the wilderness, but they are not. They are achieving an awful lot, and I just want to give credit in front of you today to what they both do. So, if I could hand over to Mark, please.
Mary turned and saw Jesus, but she did not recognize that it was Jesus. Perhaps to get up as a 16th century Dutch gardener is what threw her off. I've started off with this image because this is a passage that we've all just read. It is the one that we had for Easter, and it's a beautiful passage in which Mary finds herself in a garden on the first day of the week, and there she encounters someone she thinks is a gardener. One of my great heroes, Lancelot Andrewes, of 17th century bishop, preached a wonderful sermon on this in which he makes the case that Mary was not, in fact, mistaken. That Jesus is the gardener. That Jesus is the gardener of the new creation. He is the gardener of the old creation. And he is the gardener of our hearts. And I think to properly understand what our vocation as Christians is to God's good creation, we have to start off with that image of Christ as the good gardener. And to understand why he might be mistaken as a gardener, we have to go all the way back to Genesis. And I always love starting off with Genesis 1 when talking to Anglicans, because it's guaranteed that everybody here will have at least read chapter 1. Maybe by chapter 3, we decided, no, let's move on to the Book of Common Prayer. But in chapter 1, we get that great vision of God creating everything that is out of nothing. Not like the pagans believed, out of some primordial material, but God creates everything out of nothing, completely out of freedom and out of love, so that that freedom and that love is woven into every atom of creation. And he does this by speaking, which the church has interpreted from its earliest days as the Word, through whom all things have come into being. And God said, "Let there be." And not only does he speak creation into existence, but he then sees that everything is good. Now, we very often interpret that quite rightly as a moral statement, but it can just as easily be interpreted as God delighted in it. He creates the heavens and the earth, and he delights in it. He creates the moon and the sun, and he delights in it. The swarming animals, and he delights in it. Adam and Eve, and he delights in it. And at the very end, just before he takes his nap, he sees that everything is very, very good. He just, almost gets carried away with himself, which could explain human beings. And then after the 6 days of work, he rests. And after he rests, we're introduced to someone in a garden, a gardener, Adam, who is told to tend and keep, to name, to bless. And this is why we have been created, to share in God's fecundity, to share in his joy and his delight, be God's gardeners. And the Garden of Eden is presented in such a way as being the holy of holies of creation. And we get that clearly if we move on later into the Old Testament, when the temple is being built, and the temple is being built with all this wonderful bling, all this gold, and everything's being decorated in a specific way with palm trees and pomegranates, representing paradise, the Holy of Holies. And outside of the temple are two pillars, the two trees. And what do the priests do in the temple, according to Ezekiel? They tend and keep, just as Adam tended and kept. A couple of weeks ago, we walked with Jesus during his 6 days of hard work. We're with him at Good Friday when he said it is finished, joined him on a Sabbath rest in the tomb. And then on the first day of the new creation, the first day of the week, we encounter a gardener. Not Adam, but the new Adam. And whereas the first Adam gave it all up to grasp for God-like power, the new Adam sacrifices all, gives it all away. And we have the new creation. Now, if we skip ahead to Revelation, we get this wonderful vision of the second coming, of the end of all times, of when God will be all. And we get that wonderful statement that we so often miss, I think, where God reassures John, and he doesn't say humanity's place is with God, but God's place is among mortals. That the God who went for a stroll in the cool of the evening in the garden, the God who thought this creation of his was worth his Son becoming incarnate, taking on flesh, is the God who longs to dwell with us in his Holy of Holies, in his creation. And when that day comes, the beauty and delight that's woven into every atom of creation will be in such harmony and such proximity to the glory of heaven. To be on earth will be to be in heaven, and to be in heaven is to be on earth. Our vocation to be God's gardeners, to be his image-bearing gardeners, is, as the poet George Herbert put it, the secretaries of his praise. All creation in praise to its creator should be at the very heart of what it means for us to be Christians. It's why we were created. It's why we've been redeemed. And it's why it's so important that we begin to embrace this vocation again and allow this to be at the heart of what it means to be the body of Christ, to be the church. I have the privilege of serving on a working group that is an ecumenical working group worldwide that is working towards developing, now that you're all experts on Class 1 and Class 2 liturgical days, a Class 1 holiday, the Feast of Christ in Creation, because it's been recognized that while we celebrate all the other major aspects of who Jesus is, who Christ is, we have neglected Christ's role in creation, in the act of creation, and the ongoing sustaining of creation. And that this needs to be recognized. And we're working towards a holiday that ranks alongside Easter, that will be a gift from the Eastern Church, the first since the 15th century, and one that all Christians, unlike Christmas and unlike Easter, all Christians can celebrate on the same day. But as I said at the meeting, to develop this feast day, the one thing this world is not asking for as a solution to the environmental crisis is a new liturgical feast day. And so I'd like to conclude by going, as we say where I come from preaching the meddling. During this GB, we've heard many stories about being a more welcoming church. I think when it comes to this, what the world may be asking of us is to be a more demanding church. It is a comfortable church, an easily welcoming church that is responsible for the clergy crisis, for the climate crisis, we find ourselves in. It is Western Europeans. It is the Western world that has created it. It is Christians who have created this world because we were too comfortable. We were not demanding enough. And so we have to ask ourselves, for the sake of the 2/3 world and for our descendants, what is the cost of being God's gardener? And what is the grace that we have not even yet tasted because we are unwilling to bear that cost, that can transform us into those delightful gardeners those secretaries of God's praise that God has given us the privilege to become. Thank you. And I will hand it over to Julia now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Julia Edwards, Director of Climate Change, Representative Body. And what we hadn't arranged, we decided to have a balance here in terms of presentations, but we hadn't worked out how to hand over slickly the click. So thank you. Now, what we have is basically an introduction. Why? Why do we need to do this? Why it underpins all that we are and believe. But of course, we need to see this in action. And what better way? We've already had reference to Eco-Church. It's one of the successes, one of the tremendous, phenomenal successes of our action, putting our faith and eco matters into action. So let's start by having a brief showcase of why it matters and what we can do about it.
I'm delighted that we actually achieved the silver award with our Rocha some time ago, and we're really close now to going for gold.
Things like the catering and whether we use fair trade products, whether we use fair trade communion wine.
We've got bat boxes and bird boxes and bugger hotels in our graveyards.
As part of our eco journey, we decided to refurbish the church, but the main thing was that we just wanted to make sure that the eco credentials of the church were primary. So that's included air source heat pumps and solar panels.
Cymaint o bobl yn cael ei ysbrydoli trwy rannu straeon, ond yn fwy eang na hynny, mae'n bwysig bod pobl yn cario ymlaen ar y trywydd yn siarad â capeli ac eglwysi sy'n agos iddyn nhw I weld pwy sydd ar y daith yn barod ac I bawb I helpu ei gilydd.
So we've been having some experts in at how we can zone different areas of the building. So over there's our cafe, and how can we just reduce the amount of lighting and heating we put in there?
Getting volunteers and gathering people together, whether they're of faith or no faith, just making community, hopefully creating something of beauty that people can come and be a part of.
Today we've had a Leavers Eco Activity Day for Year 6 children from Fordham and Montgomery church schools, and we had a group that were actually making a pond, so they were all participated in making something again that will actually put a little plaque up to say who made this pond as part of their eco journey.
We really look to celebrate the more than 600 awards that have been received by churches in Wales, and we look for a time when many more are acting on the environment within their own buildings, within their churchyards if they have them, but also within the local community.
We can do it, other people are able to do it too. Make that link between our faith and how we treat the environment.
So many different ways in which we can tackle the amount of energy which we use within our buildings, yet making sure that they still look light, airy and very welcoming spaces.
Just some of the examples of Eco-Church in action, our faith in action. And of course, you've seen Eco-Church, and you know of Eco-Church, and you've heard of Eco-Church. Have you actually looked at Eco-Church? Have you looked at their website? Rocha UK, the conservation charity, the Christian Conservation Charity, have got a fantastic website of resources, because we're not doing this on our own. There's assistance there. There are straightforward publications on all matters imaginable in English and Welsh. Every step you can have assistance. It's there. And so, please, I urge you to have a look, because you can put it in your own local context. Now, the next slide I want to show you, I want to have a look at this, and I hope it will excite you as much as it excites me. Aha, it's a chart. Oh no, turning us into scientists. Well, yes, but I think, where else can you see a chart linked to church like this? There's exponential growth here in registrations of EcoChurch, in the awards of EcoChurch. Phenomenal, I think you could use. Phenomenal growth. And I want to point out especially that over the last 5 years since our declaration and your commitment to net zero, we've had phenomenal growth, 5 years. Unbelievable. And I commend everyone who's involved in that. But I think we can keep going. We can certainly keep going. Now, that's a chart, so you don't get excited by it. Well, okay, some people do, I know. And what you find, we can go down to the local, as you saw in that video. This was our first gold award. St. Peter's, Llanbedr, DC, a rural small community, achieved the first gold. But of course, as you already noted, we've got 7. Wonderful. But of course, it's a small community. You say, well, maybe it's easier if you've got few. Yes, maybe. But that's our first silver cathedral. One of many. One of many. You can have it at the church level, you can have it at cathedral level, you can have it at the diocesan office level. We're all part of this. It's all part of us. We all need to play our part. And you say, well, okay, yes, but EcoChurch is all about filling out forms. EcoChurch is about real change. Real change. And that's what we're after. Now, everywhere, virtually everywhere, there is an EcoChurch awarded registered church. If yours is, fantastic, keep going. If yours isn't, reach out to someone who is and say, can you help? It's all about collaboration because we are in this all together. How can we work better together to demonstrate that we are those gardeners? We are concerned about our planet, and we show it. We show it. And I'm sure if you go and think of your own context, you will have many of these activities, and maybe you hadn't joined the dots. You go into the front porch, and there'll be a book swap, or a seed swap, or a jam sale, or someone's busy selling greeting cards for some cause or concern. All relevant. You have a notice board up. You actually ooze eco. You tell others. You shout about it. Because if you go into a church that's proceeding and successful in EcoChurch, you know it. They're enthusiastic. They're engaged. They've got that joy and delight in all they do. They're outward focused. And they're the hub of the community. You might say, I'm not sure what that wicker basket is. Well, we had bat boxes, swift boxes, bird boxes, hedgehog boxes. Think how we do this. Think how we heat the people, not the building, in terms of knitted blankets, quilted blankets, long coats that you share. Practical ways. Are you a warm hub? practical ways. And there's already been reference to the two conferences, the two events that we had, the celebratory days for Eco Church back in February. Phenomenal, because we actually had over 200 people gathered at these events, sharing ideas. So you're not in this alone. Because yes, you can go out and visit individual churches, but gathering them together, it feels we're a network, we're doing this together, which we are. Which we are. Now, obviously I put the numbers for the actual numbers of registrations and awards, but if we worked out how many as a percentage of our churches are involved in Eco Church, and this is the challenge, I suppose the aspiration, the ambition that we have. Look at this. A Rocha, as an organisation, has a target of 40% registrations across all the churches. We're already there. Church in Wales churches, 40%. Fantastic, let's stop now, we've done it. No, let's keep going, let's progress onwards. Let's challenge ourselves, can we get at least half the churches registered? Can we get double figures in gold? Can we have half our cathedrals awarded silver or above? Yes, we can. We can. Why not? Why not? It's a tremendous success. And basically, where there is change, change is when people start living differently. And this is a quote from one of the participants. Change, real change, is when people start living differently and the church's decisions reflect that. Our thought processes reflect that. One success. I wish to hand over to Alex at this point to outline some more.
Alex Glanville, Director of Property Strategy at the RB. Yeah, I'm going to talk about some other areas where there's been some progress. But the first thing I'm going to tell you about is we talk a lot about resources. I can't announce multi-million pounds amounts of money that's suddenly available, but we have managed to find, we hope, a little bit of extra money that might help. So a little bit of a, hang on, where are we now? There we are. So with the Benefact Trust, who are the owners of ecclesiastical insurance, have offered us some money so that we can set up a fund. It's only £600,000, but it's an amount of money that we can distribute in two ways. One is development grants to help individual churches and church halls progress their net zero work. And the second is demonstrator grants, which will be larger amounts of money to help plug the gap on larger projects. So whilst that doesn't solve all our problems, at least it's a bit of good news for you all that there is some money coming. I'm not quite there yet, so don't come rushing up to me afterwards to write out any checks. We've got a bit of work to do on sorting that out. But there you are. There's a bit of positive news, a pot of money to help some projects move forward. I'm now going to go on to some of the other areas where we have seen very real progress. Talking about our parsonage houses. Now, by no means have all our parsonages been upgraded for net zero with heat pumps and everything else, but there is real progress going on. And here's a few examples. So this is some work in St Asaph Diocese with moving oil-fired boilers to air source heat pumps, and some further work going on at the moment on a scheme with Octopus Energy to help on various parsonage buildings. So again, moving towards that target, trying to make progress. We all know it's not as fast and not as much as we'd all wish it to be, but all of this is real progress that people are making and learning from experience, learning how we can progress this net zero journey further. In Monmouth Diocese, they've been very busy with the installation of solar panels and batteries, and 18 installations since July 2024, and several more on their way. And they hope for another 10 to 15 in the coming year. So real progress. And I'll give you some information about that. If you look at the EPC ratings for those houses, so that's the Energy Performance Certificate, as a result of those, you can see there, they've all moved up. There are now 5 with an A rating. So those are real progress that's been taking place. Trying to calculate how much carbon that's saved, those projects, 24 tonnes. So it's all progress. And we're seeing much greater comfort for residents and financial savings. So again, it's not everything. We haven't done everything we could possibly do, but we are going on this journey and things are moving forward, and that is real progress. Another project I'd like to tell you about, and there's 1 or 2 flyers on every desk just about this, is a project that we're working on with Caring for God's Acre, the charity that looks after and cares about interest in our churchyards. Now, churchyards, I know. We all think, oh, don't ever take a parish with a churchyard, it's a nightmare. Well, they are difficult. Look, there are responsibilities and maintenance things that go with that. But they are also fabulous opportunities if things can be organised and arranged. So, and these are, often a churchyard is the only place left that hasn't really been ploughed or turned over or sprayed, and are often seed banks for amazing a variety of plants, and etc. So this project that has got some initial lottery funding is intended to work out ways in which we can help every single churchyard, if possible. So the idea here is that it's going to be a project that develops new ways of supporting local churches with looking after their graveyards, both for biodiversity, but for community use and all the other things that can happen in our churchyards. There's an initial phase, the 2-year phase, where they'll be developing this. There'll be 50 pilot projects going on to look at different ways in which churchyards can be managed positively for the environment, positively for communities, engaging new people, engaging new ways of looking after these areas. Because it's a really important thing that we find, for our own sake, new ways of looking after these churchyards, but also it's a really important thing for the environment that we do that well. Massive opportunities. 1,200 nature reserves spread across Wales. Think of that. Because effectively that's what we have. So we hope, once they get through this phase, that we will move to a 5-year project. Signs are good from the lottery that they would help us. So that will involve, so this first phase involves consultation, ecological surveys, you can see it all there. So these looking at pilots, trying to develop, trying to check what methods we could do, what support we could put in place in the 5-year project to really support the care of burial grounds and churchyards. And then once that 5-year project happens, there will be project officers, we hope 1 in every diocese, to support you people looking after churchyards, helping you find new ways of doing things, bringing new people in, community consultation, all the things we need to do to try and find ways to manage these things positively and helpfully. So lots of opportunities, and we're quite excited that this project could give a really positive. When I'm talking about this with everybody, I keep saying we have to turn this liability, we always talk about churchyards as liabilities, into assets, and they can be if we can put in place the right support to help you do that. Oh, there we are. Back to you.
So governing body. I trust you'll see from the presentation just made that there's a wide range of activities taking place right across the province on this journey towards net carbon, as you declared in that climate change motion in 2021. You've seen evidence of work on people's houses, within churchyard, within buildings, within churches themselves, and as much, I think, to celebrate and get excited about. This is not, of course, simply a case of being nice. The net carbon journey recalls us to who we are, God's people dwelling in the creation made for us all in love, as Mark brought our attention back to again. In his book, Life After Doom, Brian McLaren, and that book is actually about economic and climate change and our human response to it in a theological setting, Brian writes these words: "We can find and do what is ours to do right now, and shine magnificently as we can. We just need to walk the path, and in the walking, step by step, the way will unfold like tendrils reaching out from a billion branches seeking light." There is much to do as we take the steps along that net carbon journey, but we are walking, we are taking the roads, I believe, that reflect the will of the governing body in that original 2021 motion. And I think we're taking choices that are right for the future of creation as we would see it in Wales. I'd like to finish this presentation in prayer. Let us pray. Gweddion. God of love, we praise you for the magnificence of creation. We marvel both at its grandeur and the intricacies of the smallest microscopic forms. As we reflect on the creation, help us to take it in its true significance. This is your work in which you have invested deeply of yourself. It is the costly outpouring of your creativity. Deepen our gratitude for all that you've made. Awaken in us a renewed commitment to care for the earth and for each other. Keep us so mindful of its needs and those of all for whom we share, that open to your Spirit, we may discern and practice all that makes for our and its well-being. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Jen, that was our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank Canon Justin, Canon Mark, Julia and Alex for that wonderfully inspiring presentation. You now have an opportunity to ask questions or comment on the presentation. And if so, could you come forward and identify yourself? Thank you.
Thank you, John Harvey, elected clergy diocese of Bangor. What is it I want to say? Thank you very much indeed for the quality of the presentation that we have heard. It is a privilege as a member of the Climate Change Hub myself, as one of the diocesan representatives, to have a share in some of this, but the work, the professional work that you bring together is incredible. So I think on behalf of GB, thank you so much to you. It's been good to hear not only of the details of projects, but also to have quite a profound theological basis with such joy, Mark. It is right that environment, creation inspires joy. Your hero, Lancelot Andrews, Thomas Traherne, from a similar age, is one of mine, embodying delight, felicity, joy in the created world. There is, as we've heard, so much that we can still do. Eco-church seems to be, it's an easy win. It's an easy win in terms of the enthusiasm that builds within local congregations, and it's an easy win in community outreach and involvement with local schools and community groups as well. There are many people responding to the sense of the climate emergency and looking for meaningful places to engage in a response. Church buildings, churchyards, places of deepening faith and involvement in community. We are those places. We'd be crazy not to engage in this. But I suppose just a final comment, though, of course, we're in an ever-changing political world. In a few weeks' time, there will be the elections for Senedd. We are well aware of, let's name it, cynical, anti-scientific voices hoping to utilize our sense of frustration with the way the world is and targeting net zero as some kind of bogeyman. It is right that we do not direct people in the way that they should vote, but it is right that we, in our Christian faith, highlight the values and the faith, the direction that Christ leads us. What did you say, Mark? From preaching to meddling. Yeah. These elections are part of our movement from preaching to meddling as we hold to our net zero commitment, hold to our faith as God's gardeners, and how that's put into practical action, including the future direction of Wales in a political, social, economic, environmental sense too.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Helen.
Prynawn da, Chair Archbishop Cherry, Helen Biggin, co-opted lay member. I thought that was a fantastic presentation, thank you, and it's really exciting to be part of a church that takes our responsibility as stewards of God's creation seriously. And I'm particularly proud to be a member of the congregation at Llandaff Cathedral with our Silver Eco Award. And it really has enthused the congregation. There's no question about that. And I think we all feel involved. And I think, as was said earlier, we make change by the way we behave as individuals and as a corporate body. I would like to just bring to people's attention a television programme that I saw recently that I think as Christians we all ought to watch and take the action that we think is appropriate. And I don't know whether any of you have seen it, but it was a Channel 4 production. It was a drama documentary called Dirty Business about pollution of our rivers and seas, and the, not too fine a point on it, the collusion of some of the agencies involved, including the water authorities and the Environment Agency. It was specifically to do with England, and I know that Wales, Natural Resources Wales, it is a devolved issue, but I would urge everybody to watch that programme. It is absolutely shocking, and I think it's a call to action for us as Christians, as citizens, as members of our church to take the appropriate action and make our views on that known. Thank you.
Gethin.
Geraint John, clerical elected Diocese of Llandaff. Thank you to everybody who gave that presentation. I think this is a question for Alex. It was really encouraging to see parsonages mentioned, and having recently moved from a cold, drafty vicarage to a rectory where significant work was completed before we moved in, including insulation, improving the insulation, I've seen a reduction in my gas bills by around about 20%. And I think this is a question about what steps are in place to share good practice in terms of parsonage improvements. We've heard some examples of work carried out, I think it was in Monmouth and St Asaph. Alex, what mechanisms are in place for sharing good practice within the parsonage boards?
Thank you. Next.
Stella Bailey, nominated Archdeacon for the Diocese of Monmouth. I'm really proud that as a diocese, as part of our diocesan vision, caring for God's creation is one of our branches. By placing it front and centre as part of our intention, it has a knock-on effect in so many different ways. First of all, it means that someone holds the portfolio. It also means that it's a topic of teaching, missional discussions and financial discussions as to how do we help our churches and our congregations hold this topic in a missional way that seeks to grow and develop our churches and live out the gospel. But it makes a significant difference when the person who holds the portfolio of how are we doing as a diocese towards our net zero journey is somebody who has a seat in the different decision-making bodies. So, is the person within your diocese who holds this portfolio present in the parsonage board? Are they on the DAC? Are they on the DBF? Because it's those key committees that end up ensuring that Caring for God's Creation ends up being resourced, because it does take intentional resourcing. But there is a really good knock-on effect that one decision can have other decisions. The significant impact of having solar panels on our parsonages has influenced quite a few clergy to move into having electric vehicles, for instance, and we now happily drive around on sunshine, which is a nice, entertaining way. Most of our bishop staff now drive full electric vehicles, and it's interesting to have conversations about different people's range anxiety. The Archbishop runs roughshod and says, I've got 5%, I can get home. Whereas the Dean is a little bit more cautious. He gets below 30% and has a panic attack. But there are always knock-on good consequences. The conversations in our churches influence how our people live within their own homes. So I suppose my question is, how are we ensuring that people who hold these portfolios across different dioceses have the voice in the right locations to be able to influence financial decisions that underpin it?
Thank you. Next.
Catherine Brooker, lay member from Monmouth. Thank you very much for an excellent presentation, and especially to Alex with regard to churchyards. He knows this is one of my topics. Coming from a ministry area with 20 churches, with 8 open churchyards of closed churches, the money is going to run out. They're country, small country, churches can be big, but small parishes. We must respect churchyards, especially with regard to the descendants of those graves. They need to have access, even if generations later they are just tracing their family tree. I bring one word of caution from my sister, a retired landscape architect who is a local warden of a small, very small country church. Please beware when rewilding. Rewilding has to be managed. Otherwise, you will get bracken and brambles and nettles in 5 minutes. Some years ago, when I wanted to do my Queen's Guide, she and I, we were both working together, with about 4 or 5 friends, cut a churchyard. No strimmers, because it was before that time, and I would not have been allowed. But we had scythes, we had shears, and we had sickles. And I'm pleased to say that that churchyard still looks reasonably good today, although I did notice on Easter Sunday some bracken and brambles creeping in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our next contributor.
Ian Black, nominated Dean of Newport and named and shamed for range anxiety. And my, I thought it just died on me. I've got battery anxiety for my computer. There you go. I'm going to need to lie down in a darkened room in a minute. There's right at the end of the document that was supplied with a part of our agenda papers, there's point 6, which has the first line of it is the bit that I just want to pick up on, and that is declare publicly that responding to the climate emergency is ever more urgent. And we are living at times when there are political parties standing in the election that we're going to vote on in 3 weeks' time, which are denying that. We have a President of the United States who thinks this is rubbish. By declaring publicly that responding to the climate emergency is urgent, we are making a political statement. We are making a prophetic statement in our care of creation, in our love for creation, in our responding to it. This is our Christian faith in action, and it hits the road, the rubber hits the road of my EV on that in our politics. So I would urge us to declare publicly that this is not a fairy tale, a made-up myth, false news, but real.
Thank you.
Andy Grimwood, St. Asaph. For medical reasons, about a year ago, I was advised by my doctors to take up cycling. So every morning, I'm usually out in the Vale of Clwyd for an hour or so, cycling. And that's had an amazing benefit on both my physical health and my mental health. And I was chatting with my wife over the weekend. I was saying that I've outgrown my current bike and I need to buy a new one. And I'd been looking online at the prices of bikes and I can't afford a new one. But then I noticed something called the Cycle to Work scheme that is available to employees. And I was reading the government details and starting to think, oh, actually, maybe I could utilise that because I can just about make it from my house to St. Asaph on the range of an electric bike. And I was talking earlier this week to pensions and payroll in the church in Wales, asking whether I could take part in the scheme, whether the church in Wales was signed up to it. And I was told that the church in Wales isn't signed up to a Cycle to Work scheme. So I suppose a question for clergy health, clergy well-being, and eco issues, because I'll be using my car less, which is still a petrol car, is could the Church in Wales investigate whether there is a means that clergy could be signed up to the Cycle to Work scheme? And if it is, could I encourage clergy to actually think about taking up cycling? It's good for your physical health, your mental health, and your eco health. That's just a request, a plea to maybe HR. Is there a way clergy could be signed up to Cycle to Work, please? It'll save me a lot of money. Thank you.
Yes. Would you like to reply, Councillor Preston?
Thank you, Chairman. I think there was one specific item for Alex to address, but let me just comment on the rest before I ask him to do that. Thank you to everybody who's responded. It is good to hear that you are interested and we have brought something today which has caused you to react and to comment. And specifics for Archdeacon Andy, I cycle to work every day in the Minster. So yeah, I entirely agree with you. The effects on your mental and physical health are good, but I think an electric bike is for wimps. So just keep pedalling, mate. Just keep pedalling. Yeah. And sad to lose Archdeacon Hrod. Last time I can say that, Hrod. But yeah, you cycle so much, it's good to see you. But thank you. And I fully support. If you can cycle, do. It is entirely possible to get round, visit people, and do stuff in our ministries by bike. Thank you to John and Helen and Gareth, specific to be answered from Gareth by Alex. Thank you for your interactions with us. Thank you to Archdeacon Stella, who's one of those people who, when she held the portfolio, I think, in Monmouth, did so much to help and promote and interest the wider climate change group in doing what we do, and was very much an encourager. Thank you for your comments. I will have a look at that when we meet again as our climate change group, which is at the end of this month. Just for our final commenters, just before we came to our presentation, we were hearing that interaction about the wider world community, weren't we?
and the science items in the worldwide Anglican community. We're not alone in this. We are working as part of that much wider communion of saints right across the world. We need to do this. We need to be people who can look them in the eye and say, yes, we're with you, and we are doing our best to help you as well. So with that, may I just pass over to Alex for that one specific comment. And Chairman, thank you for all of those opportunities. Thank you.
Alex.
Thank you. Yes. Sharing good practice. I think that's not an unfamiliar idea, is it? You know, good things happen somewhere, and it'd be really useful to know about that. On the specifics of our parsonages and the good practice that's going on around that. Parsonages are looked after by each of their diocesan parsonage and property boards, supported by the parsonage inspector employed by the RB. And that team is increasingly working very close together, and we do constantly share good practice between those inspectors. More we can do, and there's more we could do, I think, to share some of the experiences between boards in dioceses too. So it's a really important point. And it's a more general point too about sharing good practice. You've heard of quite interesting things going on today. We've got to find a way of getting that out, because if you hear about something good going on, it does inspire you to try and do more. We think on the eco-church side, we've seen some really interesting clusters of eco-churches starting to come together. Again, sharing good practice. So can't really emphasize that enough. So I hope that answers the question. Yeah, we really do work on, particularly on the parsonage, passing this on, trying to share the good ideas and experience that's happening out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you for some wonderful presentations, questions, etc. this morning, and for the concise and to the point contributions that we've had from the floor. Due to that, we are running ahead of schedule and lunch isn't ready. So it gives me great pleasure to hand the chair to Mrs. Moira Stallard. Thank you.
Well, there we are. This is anticipated a lot prematurely than I thought. For your hard work and patience and diligence this morning, you are going to have me chairing for the next 3 items on your agenda. The first one, which we will commence with, is the report of the Standing Committee, the general report of the Standing Committee, including on this occasion the report from the representation of the Women's Working Group. The report will be delivered by Mr. Tim Llewellyn, Chair of the Standing Committee. He will be commenting on the main sections of the report and will move any of the recommendations set out at the end of the report. The recommendations would have been seconded formally by the Vice Chair, Dr. Heather Payne, who unfortunately, as she explained earlier, has had to leave now, really. So the recommendations will now be formally seconded by Mr. Paul Whittaker on her behalf. So thank you for that, Mr. Whittaker. As stated, Mr. Llewellyn will introduce the report and will put the recommendations at the appropriate point. And there will be an opportunity for any member of governing body to speak generally on the report when the final motion, i.e. for the approval of the report, is moved at the end of his presentation. So without further ado, I will now call upon Mr. Tim Llewellyn. Oh, you're over there. To present your report on behalf of the Standing Committee, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Tim Llewellyn, lay elected, Diocese of St David's. Before I start the report, I would just like to say a couple of thank yous on behalf of the Standing Committee. Firstly, I would like to actually thank my fellow Standing Committee members for the dedication and commitment they show to their role, and literally the GB couldn't function without them, so I'm very, very grateful for their support and contribution. I'd also like to thank members of the central team, without whom none of our mission or business could actually happen, or the work of the Standing Committee carry on. And specific thanks go to the team of Simon Lloyd, John Davis, John Richfield, Matthew Chinnery, Graham Davis, Deborah Tugwell, Helen Clifford, Ed Buxton and Leon Hughes. And apologies if I've missed other people. It's always dangerous to name people, but I am genuinely grateful for the support that they provide. Sometimes it is unsung support and we never get to hear what they do, but it's important that I publicly thank them. So thank you very much for that. And before I get on to the report as well, I would also like to take the opportunity of expressing the Standing Committee's thanks to Archdeacon Rod Green for his dedicated service to the Standing Committee. We're deeply grateful for his wisdom, commitment and collegial spirit. As he embarks upon his episcopal ministry in Stepney, we wish him every blessing and assurance of our prayers for his next chapter of vocation. Very best wishes, Rod. So I will get on with the report itself. So I will assume that you've all read the report, and so I won't go through it in detail. However, I would suggest that you have the Standing Committee report in front of you, and if you look for it on the interactive agenda, choose your language of choice on the report, on the drop-down buttons, and then it can be found in the folder entitled Session 7, then choose either English or Cymraeg to view the report in either language. And before putting the recommendations, including the final one to approve the report, I would like to say, I wish to commend you to take note of the significant report from our working group on the representation of women in the Church in Wales, which contains a number of recommendations to dioceses and other parts of the Church in Wales. The recommendations request all dioceses to provide complete and consistent data returns on gender representation across clergy, lay leadership and committees. We want them to reaffirm the principle that all appointments should be open and transparent. We ask the representative body to consider setting targets for gender balance on its committees, aiming to avoid extreme imbalance and aiming for no more than an 80-20 split in either direction, and to review the implementation of the Dignity Charter across the Church in Wales. These recommendations will be communicated once the governing body receives the Standing Committee's report, which included the representation of women report within it. And I wish to thank the Chair and members of the representation of women in the Church in Wales group for their work, specifically Bishop Mary, who acts as the Chair, Dean Nigel Williams, Archdeacon Paul McNess, Dr. Heather Payne and Canon Caroline Woolard. I would also like just to point out that the data doesn't currently include any information on licensed lay ministers such as lay readers, and we will certainly ensure that in future iterations of this report that they will be included. So I will now go on to the recommendations, and the recommendations, there are three in all, and the first recommendation relates to the appointment to the panel of the governing body assessors, and the first is that His Honour Judge Andrew Keyser KC be reappointed as an assessor until the 31st of December 2031. So I will propose the motion, and then I will seek Paul to formally second.
Paul Whitaker, elected St Asaph Diocese and member of the Standing Committee, and I now formally second that proposal.
This item is now open for any comment or debate. If anybody has any comments or questions or debate, please come forward to the microphone. No?
Yes.
Oh, my apologies.
Can I comment on the report on women in ministry?
No, it's
yes,
just...
no.
Tim.
So we just go to vote then?
So just a vote.
Straightforward to vote?
Straight to vote on that first recommendation.
Then we move straight forward to a simple vote by majority. All in favour, please. Thank you. Any against? And no abstentions.
Thank you.
Very much. That's approved.
I'll move on then to the second recommendation, which is the appointment of the trustee of the National Society. And I'm seeking that the governing body supports the appointment of the Provincial Secretary, Canon Simon Lloyd, to serve as a trustee of the National Society on an interim basis, and I formally propose that motion.
Paul Whitaker and I formally second that.
Again, if anybody would like to make any comment, debate is now open. Then in that case, we'll go again. Please, governing body, to vote. Those in favour? Thank you very much. Any against? And no abstentions. Thank you very much.
And then finally, the final recommendation is the approval of the report in its entirety. So I'm seeking approval from the governing body that the report of the Standing Committee be approved, and this is now the opportunity to comment on any of the issues contained within the report. I formally move.
And I formally second.
That was short and sweet, really, wasn't it? We like it that way.
I can smell lunch.
Governing body, are you happy to approve the report?
We've got some speakers coming. Got some speakers
Oh,
coming.
my apologies. That was Eager Beaver. Lunch is calling, you see.
Which side would you like to take?
Melanie?
Melanie Prince, elected clergy, St David's. Thank you for your report. I don't want to extend our time before we get to go to dinner, but I would just put in a plea for you to reconsider the decision not to bring forward any recommendation for changing the age limit for lay people to hold office. My lay chair is 80 years old and is sharp-minded and capable. He's also our LMA treasurer, who has had to oversee moving 21 church accounts to My Fund Accounting and has done an amazing job. He's very disappointed that he is not seen as capable, that he is seen to be capable to do this, but not to sit on diocesan conference. Many of our churches are literally kept open by those who are over 75. In my part of rural Wales, unfortunately, there are not floods of young people who are keen to take over, and many posts on diocesan conference go untaken. By capping the age at 75 for lay people, we are limiting the representation and discarding the considerable gifts of older people. And I would ask you please to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caroline Willard, elected laity from Monmouth. First of all, I'd like to say that actually it's really sad that we're still talking about this 20 years after the first working group was set up. This report talks about the representative women who are already in roles. In the last 2.25 years that I've been chair of the PDP, out of 56 candidates, the breakdown of candidates coming to that PDP is, for stipendiary ministry, 21 men and 14 women, and for NSMs, 7 men and 14 women. At first sight, that looks balanced because we've got 28 men and 28 women, but twice as many stipendiary candidates who may then move on to senior roles are men. So we need to start earlier in the process, encouraging women who feel they're being called to stipendiary ministry to come forward. The clergy figures are more balanced, but for laity, there's a clear imbalance between ministry areas and provincial or diocesan committees. There are more women on MA committees and as lay co-chairs than men, But that's a different picture when you look at DBFs or standing committees. We need to look at how we can encourage volunteers to come forward. We talked yesterday about making a film about our work. So how about doing this for the same sort of thing for the vital work of those committees? And we should also be telling our stories about what we do at governing body and standing committee. There is a risk to not moving forward with encouraging all the body of Christ to be the best that God wants them to be. One of the recommendations is to invite the standing committee to determine appropriate timescales and mechanisms for future reporting. That is really important. We must not be here still talking about this in another 20 years. Thank you.
Tony Mullins, Llandaff Leigh. Now, it may surprise the conference to learn that I am 74 years old. I know, you can't believe it. I can't, honestly, I can't. But I've been an active chorister for 56 years in the church and a very active member of the church and the ministry area now, and perform quite a number of duties. With reference to the first question, I have every intention of, through Matthew's good work, to formulate a term of words that the Standing Committee can consider and back to conference where we will discuss, debate and openly decide that people above the age of 75 have a contribution to make to the church. As I say, I'm a chorister for 56 years. I'm not prepared at the moment to hang up my cassock, and I don't want to be considered as surplus. Thank you.
Could I just check, Chair, we are talking about the report on women in the... Yeah, OK.
It's included.
Governing body. It's Carrie White, Leigh from Bangor. I really commend the governing body for this work. I thought the information contained in this second report is fantastic. But I'd like to commend to the Standing Committee and the governing body. Before I came to Wales, I was working in a university. And in universities, there's an Athena Swan Charter that is looking into, it's a global framework looking to advance gender equality in higher education and research. And I got involved in that for a couple of schools I was in. It's been running for 20 years now, and I genuinely believe there'll be a huge crossover from what we're trying to do here and information and ways of working that they will have established over the last 20 years. So as we progress this, I'll just say the name again, the Athena Swan Charter, I believe is something we should be looking into.
Thank you. Sue Hurrell, Co-opted Clergy, Llandaff. Again, I wanted to ask a question about the representation of women report. I found it very interesting. The data in there was really interesting. I did notice though, and I might have missed it, but I keep reading and I can't find it. There was a reference to a survey done at St Paddens about women's experience through training, and it noted that the report of that wasn't included in full because people could be identified, but I didn't see any other points that were raised during that survey included in the report or that reflected in any way in the recommendations. To me, it seems quite important if we're thinking to look towards the future and improving representation that we also pay attention to people's experience when they're starting out in ministry as well. Thank you. Archdeacon.
Thank you. Thank you for all those who have worked on the representation of women report. I think it provides an excellent snapshot and a window into who we are as the church in Wales, but also into whose voices do we hear in the church in Wales. There are two things that it says to me. The first is a deep concern about the pipeline of women into senior leadership roles. Currently out of archdeacons, how many have we got? No, but how many total archdeacons? 18 archdeacons. There are 3. 3 out of 18. 2 of which we've had to be imported from England. I think we're letting our clergy down in how we're mentoring and nurturing our women into senior leadership roles, most specifically because the needs of women to see themselves into these roles is very, very different to the needs of mentoring and developing men into senior leadership roles. We do need to create spaces where we are specifically addressing these challenges that women, and it's well known across all different work spectrums, the challenges that women face to see themselves as being possible into these roles. So I would call upon us as a governing body to ask the Church in Wales to specifically provide that space, mentoring, nurturing of our female clerics to be potential future leaders. The second area of concern is around the representation of female clergy within the governing body. The statistic is eye-wateringly open. We lose something about the nature of God created in the image of us when only a quarter of the clergy in this space are women. There's something that we start to miss in the conversation that's not present amongst us. So we know that within the Diocese of Monmouth, we actually have a problem. We have an unconscious bias problem that when it comes to our elections, you have a list of clergy going back years. Doesn't matter how capable the female clergy might be, the men will always get elected. We recognise this, we faced it, we named it and said this is a problem that we're facing. So in what way can we create flexibility within the Constitution that addresses the unconscious bias that is there and helps us mitigate that? Because an electoral process just perpetuates the same. I see that the image of me in that person. I am male, that person's male, therefore I'm going to vote for him. We just perpetuate the imbalance. So how can we address our Constitution to address our unconscious bias?
Very much.
Ruth Rowan, co-opted cleric, Diocese of Llandaff. I am grateful that this data keep being presented to us despite the fact that the change that we had all hoped to see has not been forthcoming. I wanted to just name explicitly the connection between the question time question we heard from Dr. Sue Hurrell and the failure to see more young women putting themselves forward for stipendiary ministry. We are committing to 3 years of training after our discernment panel and then another year after ordination in which there's not any meaningful financial support for us if we want to have a child. I've said before, this person is no longer in ministry in the Church in Wales. When I put myself forward for training, a then senior cleric said to me, if you want to have a baby, go and do it now, because we won't support you if you do it while you're training. So if it's important to you, I know how old you are, go and do it now. That wasn't enough to deter me, but only because at that time I hadn't met the person with whom I was going to have my family. Had we already been together, it might have. If that's how young people feel about having children while we are training, then perhaps it's less surprising than we think that the numbers don't reflect a huge number of young people who want to put their family having on hold for 5 years while they go through training. I also just want to name that on page 12 of the report, there were concerns raised about perceived barriers to women flourishing in ministry. I question the need to name the presence of clergy who conscientiously object to receiving sacramental ministry from women in light of the way that we've talked over the past 36 hours together and the broadness of our church and our desire to be inclusive of one another. I question the wisdom of naming that there and creating a perceived problem where I don't believe there needs to be one, and where, in my experience, there hasn't been one in practice in the Church in Wales.
Thank you. Mark.
Mark Clavier, clergy rep from Swansea and Brecon. I would just, I'm not sure, there may be something like this in the process, but when I look out at your beautiful faces, it's one of the most lily-white groupings of people I've come across. 6%, over 6% of the population of Wales is non-white. And when I, who am a direct descendant of Afro-Caribbean slaves, am the closest, I think, here to someone who is ethnic black, Monas, of course, yes, Monas, power to the people, there's something wrong. And I'm perfectly happy to be the representative of the American population here in Wales, which is a dangerous undertaking nowadays. But we do need to address that. I'm sure all of us in our congregations have people who are non-white Christians whose faith often puts ours to shame, and their perspectives need to be represented here.
Thank you very much. There's two more, sorry, one sec.
Yeah.
Is there anybody else who wishes to speak? If so, please come up now. Otherwise, we'll just carry on. Okay, thank you.
Emma Dale, St Asaph, clergy elected. Just to say that for those of us that live in the north who are women and are single parents, which I was when I trained, that's a huge barrier to pursuing training. I've got a number of friends, some from our diocese, some from Bangor, who are single parents, who I am certain would be incredible priests, but actually having to find a way to leave their child, as I had to, for 3 years, for 3 days a week, is considerable. And I think until things like that are addressed, we are likely to find that there are issues with women in training, and that later on down the line, that is possibly mean that we will not have people with experience coming up through the ranks. Thank you.
Thank you. Queen Sarah.
Sarah Rowland-Jones, nominated Dean, St David's Diocese. As a statistician, to reiterate some of what's gone before, and particularly, I think, to pick up on the point about mentoring and encouragement and training for all who are underrepresented, because sometimes, which we find in our diocese, we run elections and there's a woman prepared to put her head above the parapet. And I think that there are issues also about the way that people can be responded to. More general leadership, the church is not perhaps particularly that place, but just that encouragement for people being able to see themselves that this is a possibility. But I did want to share a little bit of good news on the gender front, because 60 years ago today, the Dean of St David's and the Director of Music were in a terrible pickle because they were about to do a live radio broadcast of a service on the 20th of April 1966, and the boys' choir was collapsing through flu bugs, etc., etc. And in desperation, they went to the school and they got together a group of girls who came and sang. And essentially, for the last 60 years, it soon became the case that the choristers of the cathedral choir were girls. And we're going to have a big celebration on Sunday afternoon because it's the first cathedral in the entire UK where the top line became girl choristers. And that was actually a very significant step in the mores of those times.
Thank you. I've seen no one else then, so I'll call upon Mr. Llewellyn for a right to reply, sir.
Thank you. Thanks very much for everybody who's come up to the podium and expressed your views and your input. I'm going to deal with the bit that related to the age limit question that came up from Reverend Melanie, but also Tony Mullins' contribution as well. And then I'm so delighted that Bishop Mary appeared alongside me to help deal with some of the representation questions. As far as the age limits is concerned, I'm delighted that in the governing body, there have been people who have approached me who said we're very keen to bring forward a private member's motion, and that's music to my ears. And so hearing that Tony is prepared to do that, and I know one or two other people have also spoken with me, and I've tried to get them together because this is certainly something we want to look at. I don't want to massage the bill in any way. It's totally for them to propose whatever motion they want. But I would encourage us to look at not just age limits at the top end, but also age limits at the bottom end. I know we have co-options and what have you for below 30s, but once again, if you look out along the population here, there's not many below 30s sitting around here. So I'm very eager to understand, is there something we could do to support the bottom end as well as the top end? So I'm very eager to support that private member's motion as and when it comes forward, hopefully in September. I will now hand over to Bishop Mary.
Thank you. I'm not going to respond to every single comment. There were lots of really good things, some for the group to continue to take on board, and lots of encouragement. Caroline Woolard, yes, this work is really important, and it is sad that we're still talking about this 20 years later, and yes, we need to keep on collecting the data and monitoring how the representation of women is working in our church. Mark Clavey, yes, intersectionality. One of the difficulties with continuing to monitor the stats on women has been the greater realization, which is a good thing across the church, that there are many groups that are underrepresented. But the challenge of intersectionality doesn't take away from the importance of working on every single part of representation. So yes, we need to look at our wider inclusion, but it shouldn't stop our work at any point. Sue, I'd like to reassure you that the report from St Paddens did feed in great detail to the report. Some of its most meaningful and most challenging points were decided by the group that actually were more issues about conduct, about discipline, and matters that were more appropriately taken up with St Paddens directly. So the really hard-hitting parts of that work are not ignored, and where they don't appear in this report, they are being taken up elsewhere. It shouldn't be a surprise that women don't all speak with one voice, and their experience is not all the same. And it's precisely that challenge of who comments and whose experience are reflected. Sometimes we will get it right, sometimes we need to be attentive to how that's heard. So I hear that, but it's difficult. Carrie White, I think you've just volunteered to assist us in this work. Really glad to hear about the Athena Swan Charter and really keen to learn more about that. And a big yes to the work on mentoring and the work on unconscious bias. I think both Stella and Dean Sarah highlighted that. That's all really important. Thank you to everybody for their encouragement and for their support. It's really good to know that there's a shared sense of importance about representation of women and all marginalised groups.
Thank you, Bishop Mary. There we are. If we go to motion.
So I formally propose approval of the entire report. Thank you very much.
Vote will be by simple majority, governing body. Those in favour of approval of the report? Thank you very much. Those against? And no abstentions. The report is approved. Thank you, Tim. Yeah. It's now coming up to 1:10. Yeah. So it's time for lunch. So if we can meet back here promptly, shall we say in an hour? Yeah? 2:10, that will be greatly appreciated. Enjoy your lunch, governing body, and thank you for this morning.
talking to the Assistant Secretary.
Thank you very much. I hope everybody like me is suitably refreshed after lunch and raring to go with the next item on our agenda, which is addendum number 17, the report of the Standing Committee on Governance and Legal Matters, which will yet again be presented by my colleague, the other part of my double act, where I can't see it. Oh, you're over there. Mr. Tim Llewellyn. So without further ado, Tim, can I ask you to kindly present the Standing Committee's report, please?
Good afternoon. Tim Llewellyn, lay elected St David's Diocese. On this occasion, I will just be proposing one motion, that the report be received. The other items in the report are for the governing body's information and to take note of. I hope you'll accept my apologies for the failure of the Standing Committee to bring long and detailed amendments to the Constitution meeting, but don't worry, normal service will be resumed in September. I hope you've had an opportunity to read the report and engage with it, but there are just a couple of elements I'd like to draw your attention to. The first is the element relating to the Code of Conduct, which is paragraphs 3 and 4. And this follows on from the previous chapters that were dealt with around personal behaviour. So we're now moving on to the draft of the financial chapter of the Code, which will be provided to clerics and licensed lay ministers on the GB for their feedback ahead of introduction to and debate by the governing body in September. Also want to draw your attention to the appointment of the Special Select Committee, which is in paragraphs 5 to 11, and the membership and chair of the Special Select Committee is now determined and its work will begin shortly. And you'll recall this is where we're looking to review the whole of the Constitution, but rather than do it on the floor of governing body, we're going to use the committee approach, but in a sort of slightly different way. There have been appointments to the tribunal and its cases, paragraph 14 to 19. The disciplinary tribunal is now reconstituted for the forthcoming quinquennial period, and members will be aware of the importance of this work, and information about recent cases and determined by the tribunal are set out within the report. Paragraphs 25 and 26 relate to the vacancy in the See of Bangor, and the governing body will be aware that following our resolution at the special meeting in November here, the search for an interim bishop of Bangor was ultimately, unfortunately, not fruitful, and the Standing Committee met extraordinarily on the 17th of March and authorised the recommencement of the Electoral College process, with the see formally becoming vacant again from the 23rd of March. The Electoral College therefore will meet between the 16th and 18th of June here in Llandudno to elect the next Bishop of Bangor, and I'm sure we will pray earnestly for the diocese and for the raising up of its next bishop. So finally, I just would like to propose that this item is accepted, and that relates to the Standing Committee's report on governance and legal matters, and I formally move the motion.
Mr. Whittaker.
Paul Whittaker, St Asaph Diocese, lay elected, and I formally support the second the motion. Thank you.
The motion is that the report be approved, but it's now open for debate. Is there any comments from the floor? No. So in that case, we will move straight to a straightforward vote. Governing body, are you in favour of acceptance of the report of the Standing Committee on Governance and Legal? Thank you very much. Anyone against? And no one for abstention. Thank you very much. The report is accepted. Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn and Mr. Whittaker. We move on to addendum 18, and that is the report of the bench of bishops, which on this occasion is going to be delivered by the Bishop of Llandudno, Bishop Mary. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm assuming members have all had a chance to read and engage with the report. You will see that the work of the bench of bishops has been highlighting and undergirded by the values and vision that were articulated by the Archbishop in the presidential address about seeking to take really seriously our calling and our vocation, our character, and the way that we seek to live out the faith with integrity, with openness, and in a spirit of accountability. So you will have seen in the report the statement of corporate responsibility that has fed into our prayers and our reflection at bench, and the values we seek to espouse in all our shared work. We're working really hard to be a prayerful, reflective, and truly accountable body. We've been reflecting on our own individual roles and on our corporate work. We're engaged, as you will see, in programs of training and ongoing formation, both individually and together, always seeking to be open and accountable to one another and to the standing committee and the governing body. We see our formation work as an ongoing commitment, and all of it to help us in our work of oversight, seeking to be faithful in spiritual leadership, in teaching the faith, and working with you to maintain the unity of the church.
Thank you.
Any comments?
Opportunity. If there is anyone who would have any question for the bench of bishops, would you like to come forward to either microphone, please? No? Well, in that case, many thanks. It is now my privilege to hand the chair back over to the President, Archbishop, to resume the chair, Your Grace.
We now come to agenda 19, farewells, and there are 3 people who I wish to mention. The first is Archdeacon Rod Green, Archdeacon of Llandaff. Rod has fulfilled his role as Archdeacon of Llandaff with much energy since 2021 and has been involved closely in provincial life, serving on the governing body, the standing committee, and the Appointments and Business Subcommittee, as well as on the RB and its Property Committee. Whilst we're naturally disappointed to see him take leave of us, we're delighted that he's been appointed as Bishop of Stepney in the Diocese of London and wish him well and every blessing in his new ministry. It will be something of a homecoming for Rod as he has exercised ministry in the area prior to his coming to the church in Wales. Rod will formally take up the role of bishop in May following his consecration at St Paul's Cathedral on the 1st of May. Please do remember him and his family in your prayers as he prepares both to leave us in Wales and to take up this new ministry. I don't know whether Rod's still here. Rod, are you still there? Can you just stand so that we can give you applause? The second person is Mrs. Wenda Owen, who's a lay member for the Diocese of Bangor. Wenda has been for many years a dedicated lay member of the governing body for the Diocese of Bangor, and as she nears her retirement, I would like to mark her service and to say a particular thank you, a particular diolch to her. Wenda is a great champion of the Welsh language and has always been willing to participate in Welsh language discussion groups and committees in her service to the governing body, as well as reading in our acts of worship. Wenda has also been a faithful and insightful member of electoral colleges as well as in the diocese. Her wisdom and friendly good humour will be much missed. Diolch yn fawr iawn, Wenda. I don't know whether you're still here, but can we... And the third person who isn't here is Archdeacon Hayley Matthews, who was until recently Archdeacon of Wrexham. Hayley served as Archdeacon of Wrexham since 2023 and has been a member of the governing body for most of that time, which included attending the Synod of the Scottish Episcopal Church in Edinburgh last year on behalf of the governing body and reporting back to us after her visit. Hayley, as many of you will know, has taken up a new ministry with the Church Army as Director of Mission and Evangelism, helping enable evangelists, particularly those serving on the margins, and to do their work well. We wish her and her all our best and every blessing in this important new role. Moving on to Addendum 20. I can tell you that the next ordinary meeting of the governing body will take place on Wednesday and Thursday, the 10th and 11th of September 2026 at the International Conference Centre in Newport. Before we leave, I'd like to thank again all the staff that have made our meeting run so smoothly. I don't think any of us really know the level and degree of work that goes into ensuring our meetings run well. But thank you very much to all of you, some of you who are sitting on the sides of the hall. Can I also thank our translator during this meeting, Sinead Jones, and for her work. Also, members who have undertaken particular tasks, those who've served us as chairs, those who've arranged our worship, particularly our worship coordinators, Adrian Morgan and James Hemley. Thanks also to Kathleen Snow, who has had to leave us, but I know that all of us have enjoyed her company and valued her contribution to our worship yesterday evening. The new governing body at a glance, which Tim Llewellyn mentioned earlier on, will be published in the next day or so, and the highlights will be available on the website within about 2 weeks of this meeting. I'm going to invite us to stand as we conclude this meeting. To reflect for a few moments in the quiet of all that we have done in these last 2 days, for the debates we've held, the presentations we've heard, the conversations that we've had with one another. God, by whose glory Christ was raised from the dead, strengthen you to walk with him in his risen life. A bendeth yw holl alliog, a tad y mab a'r ysbryd glân, a fo yn eich plith ac a drigo gyda chwi yn wasad. Amen. Let us go in peace to love and serve the Lord. In the name of Christ. Amen. Thank you very much for your attendance. Safe journeys home. That's me.